10 years ago, a fierce battle broke out in the kingdom of Leones, causing many of Lioness' holy knights to be killed. And it was only 7 individuals who caused this massacre. They were called the 7 deadly sins. 10 years later, in a tavern, a young waiter is serving beer to everyone. His name is Meliodas, the owner of this tavern. Although the beer is very good, the food here is terrible. And he has a pig to clean up the leftover food. At this time, everyone is discussing the 7 deadly sins. 10 years ago, they were the ones who destroyed the kingdom of Leones. And they massacred all the holy knights in the kingdom. But, they disappeared 10 years ago. Suddenly, a figure in rusty iron armor appears, causing everyone to flee in fear, because they think this person is one of the 7 deadly sins. But, Meliodas isn't worried at all. Suddenly, the person in armor collapses. He discovers that inside the armor is a girl. So, Meliodas begins to check her body. At this moment, the girl wakes up. She doesn't know where she is. So, Meliodas tells her that this is his tavern. She notices that Meliodas has a sword on his back. It turns out it's just a broken sword to scare people. Suddenly, she realizes that this pig can speak human language. This makes her very intrigued. It turns out the pig's name is Hawk. Then, Meliodas cooks for her. Although his cooking is terrible, the girl finds it delicious. At this moment, she tells Meliodas that she's searching for the 7 deadly sins, which surprises Hawk. He doesn't understand why she's looking for those criminals. Suddenly, a group of knights arrives at the tavern, because they heard that the 7 deadly sins were in this tavern. So, Meliodas steps out to talk to them. They immediately demand he hand over the 7 deadly sins. Suddenly, they see the girl trying to escape. So, they quickly chase after her. Luckily, Hawk chases after them and attacks, causing one of them to fall into a ravine. Thanks to this, the girl is safe. At this moment, Meliodas asks her why she is looking for the 7 deadly sins. It turns out she wants to stop the uprising of the Holy Knights, because they've forced citizens into hard labor to fuel war. So, she wants to find the 7 deadly sins, to ask for their help in stopping the Holy Knights. She's heard rumors that the 7 deadly sins are 7 powerful knights, and that they have 7 animal symbols on their bodies. Suddenly, they are attacked, causing them to fall into the ravine. It turns out their attacker is a holy knight. Unexpectedly, Meliodas brings her back up. This surprises the holy knight, although he realizes they don't look like the 7 deadly sins in the wanted posters. He recognizes the girl as Elizabeth, the 3rd princess of the kingdom of Leones. So, he decides to kill her. He attacks her with a powerful blow. Luckily, Meliodas saves Elizabeth once again. At this moment, Elizabeth doesn't want to burden him. So, she tells Meliodas to run away. But, Meliodas continues to protect her, which touches Elizabeth's heart, because she's been searching for the 7 deadly sins all alone. So, he tells her, "My name is Meliodas." She's surprised, because he has a dragon symbol on his arm. The holy knight attacks them again. But, Meliodas counters his attack, which surprises the knight, and he realizes that this is the leader of the 7 deadly sins, the dragon's sin of wrath, Meliodas, and Meliodas defeats him with just one blow. After that, they return to the tavern. Meliodas makes Elizabeth a server in his tavern, and they go to another village to gather information. So, Hawk's mother digs underground. When they enter the village, they see many villagers gathered. It turns out they're trying to pull out a holy knight's sword, because the sword has sealed off the water source in their village. Suddenly, the boy says he'll ask his friends, the 7 deadly sins, for help. This angers everyone. So, Meliodas pulls him away to hide in the tavern. At this moment, the boy tells them, a few days ago, a holy knight came to their village, because he thought the beer here wasn't good. He drove his sword into the ground. This made Mead very angry, because the knight insulted everyone in the village, and he lied, claiming to be a friend of the 7 deadly sins. It turns out Mead thinks the 7 deadly sins are good people. At this moment, 2 soldiers announce, if the villagers can't pull out the sword, their taxes will increase tenfold. The soldiers even continue to insult everyone. Suddenly, Mead runs up and tries to pull out the sword. Seeing Mead's efforts for the village, everyone tries together to pull out the sword again. But, no matter how hard they try, the sword doesn't budge at all, causing everyone to fall down. Suddenly, Meliodas steps forward. He gently pulls out the sword, surprising everyone. Thanks to this, the water source in the village returns, making the two soldiers flee in fear, while everyone in the village celebrates. That night, they went to Meliodas's tavern to celebrate. But Elizabeth is very clumsy, because it's her first time working as a server. Suddenly, they hear news about the Forest of White Dreams, a forest so dangerous that even the holy knights avoid it. At this moment, Gilthunder receives a report. A boy drew his sword, which makes him curious. So, he grabbed a spear and aimed it at the village. And he throws the spear at an incredibly high speed. Meliodas senses something approaching, so he steps outside. While Elizabeth worries about her father, Meliodas comforts her. He then sees a spear flying toward them. So, Meliodas catches it, which pulls him backward into the village. But Meliodas stops the spear, and he throws it back towards Gilthunder, causing Gilthunder's tower to collapse. At this moment, Gilthunder realizes that Meliodas is still alive. While Elizabeth worries about Meliodas, he assures her he's fine. He also realizes that there is a member of the 7 deadly sins in the Forest of White Dreams. So, they decide to go there. The next morning, Gilthunder arrives at the village. He realizes that Meliodas has gone to the Forest of White Dreams. So, Gilthunder immediately gives chase, while Meliodas's group has entered the Forest of White Dreams, making Hawk anxious, because it's full of fog here. Suddenly, Elizabeth realizes her underwear is missing. So, she thinks she forgot to wear it this morning, which makes her worried. Suddenly, many hawks appear. Meliodas can't tell which one is the real one. So, he decides to hit them all. Unexpectedly, even more Elizabeths appear, each one claiming to be the real Elizabeth, and they start attacking Meliodas. But he thinks of a way to find the real Elizabeth. So, he asks them all to jump up. However, only Elizabeth can't jump. So, Meliodas attacks the others, causing them to flee in fear. It turns out that Meliodas was the one who took Elizabeth's underwear. At this moment, they see a giant girl sleeping nearby. The demons wake up Diane. She thinks the holy knights have arrived. So, she grabs Meliodas, making Elizabeth worried. But when Diane realizes it's Meliodas, she is overjoyed, because she has reunited with her leader. At this moment, Hawk realizes she is the serpent's sin of envy. Diane, she thinks Meliodas brought the pig for her. So, Diane tries to roast Hawk, which terrifies him. Suddenly, she notices Elizabeth. So, she throws Meliodas away, because she thinks Meliodas is cheating on her. Diane then keeps punching him, destroying the forest in the process. Afterward, Meliodas explains everything to Diane. So, she apologizes to everyone, but she still doesn't like Elizabeth. Suddenly, they see lightning in the sky, and it strikes Meliodas's group, paralyzing them so they can't move. It turns out that Gilthunder has found them. Elizabeth recognizes him as her father's close holy knight, and the son of the great holy knight. Meliodas remembers training Gil when he was young. At this moment, Gil declares that he will defeat all 7 deadly sins to prove his strength, and he wants to avenge his father, because Gil believes the 7 deadly sins killed his father. Then, Meliodas recalls 10 years ago, during the kingdom's founding festival, they witnessed the great holy knight being killed. Unexpectedly, all the holy knights surrounded them, and the 7 deadly sins were branded as traitors of the kingdom. So, he told everyone to run away. But someone secretly knocked Meliodas out. However, Gil doesn't believe what Meliodas is saying. At this moment, Gil releases Elizabeth, because she is the princess of the kingdom. But she is determined to protect Meliodas. So, Gil kicks Hawk away to separate Elizabeth from them. Then, Gil tells Meliodas, "Now, I am stronger than any member of the 7 deadly sins." But Meliodas easily broke free of his restraints, and he decides to fight Gil. Unexpectedly, Gil moves very quickly, and he manages to knock Meliodas down. Meliodas realizes that Gil has become much stronger than before. Then, Gil immediately slashes Meliodas in the back from behind, causing him to collapse. Gil thinks Meliodas has lost. So, he tells Meliodas the location of 2 other members of the 7 deadly sins, making Meliodas very happy, and he immediately stands up. Gil realizes that Meliodas was only pretending. to gather more information about the other 7 deadly sins members. So, Gil resumes attacking Meliodas, but Meliodas easily dodges all of Gil's attacks. Then, Diane catches Gil and throws him away. At this moment, Hawk and Elizabeth return, but they don't see Gil anywhere. Elizabeth notices Meliodas is injured, which makes her worried. Meanwhile, Gil has been thrown into another village, but he is still uninjured. At this moment, Meliodas and Diane are together, looking for 2 other members, who are King and Ban. Meliodas decides to go to Based Dungeon, because Ban is being held there. While Elizabeth worries about Meliodas's injury, he says that as long as he sleeps, the wound will heal. But Elizabeth still feels uneasy. When she enters Meliodas's room, she finds that he has fainted. Over at Based Dungeon, 4 holy knights have received the news that Meliodas and Diane are coming here to find Ban. But they are not worried at all, because Based Dungeon is known as the most secure fortress. It turns out Ban has been imprisoned here for 5 years. He hasn't even been given proper food and drink, and he is constantly tortured by them. At this moment, Diane has entered a town, causing everyone to panic because of her enormous body. It turns out she is trying to find a doctor for Meliodas. Elizabeth and Hawk say they will help her look for a doctor. So, Diane has to wait here. Suddenly, Diane is discovered by Frisia. So, she decides to go capture Diane. At this moment, they have found a doctor for Meliodas, which surprises the doctor, because Meliodas could survive such a serious wound. Suddenly, Diane decides to go alone to Based Dungeon. Elizabeth wants to go with her to help, but Diane refuses, and tells Elizabeth to stay behind and take care of Meliodas. It turns out that in the past, Diane had trouble with a group of knights, because they saw her as a monster. But Meliodas appeared and helped Diane. He scolded them for being men who bully a girl, and Meliodas drove them away, causing Diane to fall in love with him, because he saw Diane as a normal girl. She is jealous that Elizabeth can take care of Meliodas, but the only thing Diane can do is fight for him. Suddenly, many insects appear, and they begin to attack the town, which scares Diane, because she doesn't like insects. It turns out Frisia is controlling the insects, so she orders them to attack Elizabeth. But Diane immediately creates many earth pillars and defeats the insects. After that, she runs towards Frisia, while Elizabeth is worried about Meliodas. Suddenly, another holy knight appears. He introduces himself as Golgius. At this moment, Ban hears the news that his captain is coming, so he breaks out of the prison. It turns out that he is the fox's sin of greed. This frightened the soldiers. Suddenly, an apprentice holy knight arrived. She attacked Ban, but her slashes only served to shave Ban's beard. His body wasn't injured at all. Jericho was surprised, but Ban pointed to a scar on his neck. It was a wound he couldn't heal. Meanwhile, Golgius felt intrigued by Meliodas' sword, and decided to take it. At this moment, Ban remembered 20 years ago. He was curious about Meliodas' sword, so he wanted to see it. But Meliodas told Ban to take his hands off before he lost his temper. To his surprise, Ban was immediately cut by Meliodas. At this point, Golgius managed to get Meliodas' sword. However, Meliodas immediately woke up and released an immense killing intent, along with a symbol on his forehead, which scared Golgius into running away. Thankfully, Meliodas returned to normal, and Elizabeth felt reassured. By then, Meliodas' wounds had healed, so he immediately chased after Golgius, which surprised him. Suddenly, Golgius raised his hand in surrender. But he was just pretending, planning to ambush them. Hawk realized the doctor was his accomplice. It turns out he had kidnapped the doctor's daughter to threaten him. Suddenly, Golgius appeared behind the doctor and stabbed him, which made Elizabeth worry. When Golgius was about to attack Elizabeth, Meliodas blocked him. Hawk thought Golgius's power was teleportation. So, Meliodas quickly grabbed Elizabeth and ran into an abandoned house. However, Golgius immediately appeared behind Meliodas. Unexpectedly, Meliodas had already set a trap for Golgius, causing him to fall down. It turned out that Meliodas realized his ability was invisibility. So, Meliodas immediately defeated him, but Golgius continued to flee. At this point, Elizabeth returned to the doctor's side. It turned out that the doctor only wanted to save his daughter. So he died, which made Elizabeth very sad. Meanwhile, Golgius realized Meliodas was very strong. So, he decided to gather with other holy knights. Meliodas then decided to go to Based Dungeon to save the doctor's daughter first, which made Elizabeth very happy. Suddenly, Diane returned. She immediately attacked Meliodas, because she thought he resembled a holy knight. Meliodas realized that Diane was acting strangely. She kept attacking them. Suddenly, they encountered a shepherd and his son. Fortunately, Meliodas managed to save them. At this moment, he decided to stop Diane. Then, he saw a giant holy knight. So, Meliodas attacked him. Hawk realized that Meliodas had also fallen under an illusion, because he was fighting Diane. This left Elizabeth unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Jericho had lost all her clothes to Ban, which made her very angry. At this point, Ban encountered another holy knight. He recognized him as Jude. It turned out that Jude was the one who had tortured Ban for 5 years. Suddenly, Jude attacked Ban, inflicting severe injuries on him. While Meliodas was fighting Diane, Elizabeth was worried and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Frisia appeared. She controlled the insects to form a whirlwind. She thought the shepherd boy was too noisy. So, Frisia attacked him. Unexpectedly, Elizabeth went straight into the swarm of insects. Because she had promised Meliodas she would protect the people and the kingdom. Suddenly, the whirlwind of insects vanished. It turned out that the shepherd boy was actually a fake holy knight. And he was the one who created the illusion. He then attacked Elizabeth. But, she stood up. So, he continued to knock her down. Suddenly, Ruin noticed that the bell on his staff had disappeared. It turned out that Elizabeth had swallowed it when he intended to deal with Elizabeth. Luckily, Meliodas managed to return in time, which made Ruin furious and he kept attacking Meliodas. He thought he had already defeated Meliodas. But, Meliodas immediately punched him away. While Diane dealt with Frisia, Meliodas punched Ruin all the way to the prison. Even his punch could break his armor. So, he unleashed his power, making his body tougher. But, he was still defeated by Meliodas with just one punch. While Jude was surprised, because Ban was still alive, and he immediately defeated him. On Diane's side, she had also defeated Frisia. Then, she went with Meliodas into Based Dungeon, and she placed Elizabeth into her bag, while Golgius saw them enter, which amused him. So, he sealed the dungeon. He believed this seal was unbreakable. At this point, they had found the doctor's daughter. So, Diane also placed her into her bag. Suddenly, Meliodas met Ban, which made them very happy. But, Hawk saw them and thought they were fighting. Then, they continued arm wrestling, which caused the entire dungeon to begin collapsing, leaving Golgius shocked, because his seal had been broken. He immediately fled. At this moment, the doctor was reunited with his daughter, which made them very happy. Meliodas realized his wound had fully healed. He also didn't understand why he was still alive. By afternoon, Elizabeth had woken up. She realized everyone was safe, which made her very happy. Then, Meliodas introduced Ban to her. Suddenly, he noticed the talking pig, which surprised him. Then, they all ate together, making everyone very happy. At this moment, Diane felt Elizabeth was wonderful. So, she became friends with Elizabeth. The next day, Gil found Cain, and he told King that Meliodas and Ban had returned. At this point, Ban remembered when he went to find the Fountain of Youth, that just drinking this water would make him immortal. Suddenly, Ban saw a girl. She immediately knocked Ban away, which made him wake up. When Elizabeth woke up, she saw Meliodas tied up next to her. It turned out Hawk had tied Meliodas up, because he was afraid Meliodas would do something to Elizabeth while she was sleeping. At this point, they decided to go find Cain. He was in a place called the Capital of the Dead, which made Hawk worried, because he thought there were many ghosts there. While Ban continued to remember, no matter how many times that girl knocked him down, he didn't give up, and he realized this girl was the guardian of this forest. Suddenly, Ban used his snatch ability to take the Fountain of Youth. But, she continued to stop him. She said that without the Fountain of Youth, this forest would die. Unexpectedly, Ban agreed to give it up, which surprised her, because she sensed that Ban was a good person. So, she started to become curious about Ban. and she introduced herself as Elaine. At this point, Meliodas' group had arrived at the capital of the dead. So, Meliodas decided to open a bar here to make some money. When he assigned jobs to everyone, Ban immediately ran off. Suddenly, he saw a girl who had fainted. While Elizabeth and Hawk were curious about what King looked like, Meliodas told them that King was a chubby guy. One time, Ban stole stuffed animals from the children, which made King cry. After Ban fell asleep, King secretly returned the stuffed animals to the children. Since then, King had always followed Ban to prevent him from causing more trouble. At this point, Ban had woken the girl up. Her brother thought Ban was harming his sister. So, he attacked Ban. When he realized Ban was helping his sister, he apologized to Ban. Suddenly, Ban was attacked. It turned out King had stabbed a spear through Ban's body. But, Ban didn't know who he was. At this point, King continuously attacked Ban. He accused Ban of killing the forest's guardian. But, Ban still didn't know who he was. Luckily, Meliodas and Diane arrived. They recognized him as King, which surprised Ban, because King used to be very chubby. But, King left. Then, Ban returned to cook for the children, and the two children told them that the gate to the capital of the dead was in this village. Elizabeth didn't understand why Ban wanted to go there, while King was embarrassed, because he had run away when meeting Diane. It turned out King liked Diane very much, and his captain hadn't changed. But, King really disliked Ban. At this moment, Meliodas' group was searching for the entrance to the capital of the dead, which was the land of the dead. So, Elizabeth really wanted to see her mother again. Suddenly, they found a flower garden, and the garden immediately formed a large whirlwind. King immediately rushed in. So, they were all teleported to the capital of the dead. Suddenly, Ban saw Elaine. Thus, he chased after her. Outside, another holy knight appeared. She captured the two children to force them to show her the way into the capital of the dead. Unexpectedly, she stabbed herself in the heart. At this point, King stopped Ban from chasing Elaine, which made Ban angry. So, he continuously attacked King, while King constantly blamed Ban for the sins he had caused to Elaine. It turned out, 10 years ago, when King returned to his homeland, he saw the entire forest had been burned down. So, he believed Ban had done it, because he was the one with the immortal ability. King asked, "Did you kill Elaine?" It turned out Elaine was King's sister. He saw Ban still confident in his immortal ability. So, King told Ban that the spirit spear Chastifal's third form had the ability to petrify, which surprised Ban. At this moment, Ban remembered he had become friends with Elaine, which made her very happy. She wanted to adventure with Ban, but she had to stay here to guard the Fountain of Youth. Thus, Ban promised to help her find her brother to bring him back, so she could be free. Suddenly, the forest was attacked by a red demon, which set the forest on fire. So, Ban decided to fight it. He attacked and took the heart of the red demon. But, the red demon still didn't die. At this moment, Ban was completely petrified by King. While Meliodas' group encountered a holy knight, she introduced herself as Gila. Meliodas realized she was very dangerous. So, he told Hawk to take Elizabeth and run. Hawk thought they were safe. But, Meliodas was sent flying to their location. Diane used her sand world technique to control Gila. However, she easily escaped, and Gila knocked Diane down. Meliodas also attacked her. Unexpectedly, when she attacked Meliodas, her magic was reflected back. She realized that Meliodas' technique was full counter, which allowed him to reflect others' attacks, which excited Gila. While King was about to leave Ban there forever, suddenly, Elaine's spirit appeared. She kissed Ban, breaking the petrification magic, which surprised King. He wanted to talk to Elaine, but only Ban could see her. At this moment, Ban said, "Someday I'll definitely make you mine," which made King not understand why she had feelings for Ban. It turned out that both Elaine and Ban were seriously injured in the past. So, Elaine wanted Ban to drink the Fountain of Youth, but Ban refused and let Elaine drink it instead. Unexpectedly, she kissed Ban and transferred the Fountain of Youth into his mouth, which helped heal Ban's wounds. So, he was able to fight the red demon. At this moment, Elaine told King that Ban had helped erase her 700 years of loneliness. And Ban wasn't a bad person. While Meliodas and Diane were still fighting Gila. But they kept being knocked down by her. Fortunately, Ban returned to stop her. Gila realized Ban's ability was Snatch. So, she shot magic at Ban. But he immediately recovered. So, they decided to fight her together. Meanwhile, Elaine asked King to help Ban. Suddenly, Elizabeth and Hawk ran over. She borrowed King's spirit spear to go help Meliodas. But she couldn't lift the spear. So, King decided to go help them. While Meliodas's group was cooperating to fight Gila, unexpectedly, King appeared and pushed her back, which surprised Ban, because King came to help him. While Gila didn't think King would betray the Holy Knights. But King said he had never been their ally. So, she attacked them, but King easily blocked her attack. Gila realized King's weapon was called the Spirit Spear Chastiful, and it had the power of divinity. It turned out King's nickname was Disaster. At this moment, Meliodas and Ban assigned the task of defeating Gila to King, which surprised her. Unexpectedly, King was very strong. He easily overpowered Gila. So, she decided to use all of her strength, creating many fireballs to attack King. But King blocked all of her attacks. It turned out King's real name was Fairy King, Harlequin. So, King won. Unexpectedly, Gila tried to attack King again. But she was countered by Meliodas. In the end, she was defeated. At this point, Meliodas's group was about to be sent back to the real world. Suddenly, they encountered the two children again. It turned out the two children were from the capital of the dead. So, Ban said goodbye to Elaine, and they returned to the real world. Elizabeth saw that Gila had put herself in a dying state, so she could enter the capital of the dead. Thus, Meliodas decided to punish her. When Gila woke up, she met Helbram. He saw that Gila's face had been drawn on by Meliodas. At this moment, Meliodas's group was resting. So, Meliodas introduced Elizabeth to King, which surprised him, because she was the third princess of the kingdom. While Elizabeth felt that King was very strong, since he could single-handedly defeat Gila. But, King said, any member of the 7 deadly sins could easily defeat her. However, all 3 of them had lost their sacred treasure, which shocked King. On the side of the Holy Knights, they were preparing for war, and they also knew that 4 members of the 7 deadly sins had reunited. But, the Great Holy Knight warned that the most dangerous person was Meliodas, because Meliodas had destroyed an entire country in his rage, while King was angry, because they had lost their sacred treasure. It turned out the sacred treasure would help the 7 deadly sins unleash their power. So right now, they needed to find their sacred treasure. In the evening, Meliodas saw Elizabeth worrying about her father and sister. So, he promised to help her save them. At this moment, the Great Holy Knight, Hendrickson, had his 2 subordinates drink the blood of a red demon. So, they drank it, to gain the strength to take revenge on Ban and Meliodas. Unexpectedly, one of them exploded, but Jericho survived. The next morning, Meliodas' group arrived at a village. They had heard news that Diane's sacred treasure was here. Meliodas, Ban, and King entered the village to investigate, and they saw Diane's warhammer Gideon. But there was a competition in the village to claim the hammer. So, they immediately signed up. This made Meliodas and Ban excited. Meanwhile, Diane and Elizabeth had gone into the forest to pick mushrooms. Suddenly, they saw a very large mushroom, and it sprayed a pink mist towards them. At this point, the competition had begun. So, everyone began to fight with each other. Meliodas and Ban easily defeated the other knights. He advised Ban not to go too hard on them. Suddenly, Meliodas saw a very strong girl. In the end, only 8 people remained on the battlefield. So, they would draw lots to start the second round. In the first match, this girl would fight Griamore. So, she took off her cloak. This surprised Meliodas, because she was wearing Elizabeth's outfit. As soon as the match began, she immediately attacked Griamore, but his ability was wall. So, everyone thought she wouldn't be able to defeat him. When he was about to push her off the battlefield, unexpectedly, she immediately punched through his wall, and she knocked Griamore out with a single punch. This surprised Meliodas' group. It turned out that she was Diane. But Meliodas did not recognize her. This made Diane angry. King did not understand why she could shrink. It turned out that the pink mushroom cap had shrunk them. This caused Elizabeth to become tiny. Meanwhile, Diane was very happy. She told Meliodas to tease her like he did with Elizabeth. But he only wanted to do that with Elizabeth. At this point, Hauser easily won. This surprised everyone. Next was King and the old man. Meanwhile, Elizabeth's sister was looking for her. It turned out that Griamore was the protector of Princess Veronica, and she realized that the 7 deadly sins were here. While Diane asked King what it would be like to fight without weapons. Surprisingly, he was very weak, so he was defeated by the old man. Next was the battle between Meliodas and Ban. Hauser recognized them as the 7 deadly sins. This made him very excited. When the battle between Meliodas and Ban just started, Meliodas punched Ban. This made him recall. It turned out that Ban had been arrested for arson, and he had been executed 33 times but did not die. So, Meliodas sought out Ban, and he fought Ban, which made Ban excited to join the 7 deadly sins. At this point, they were fighting each other fiercely. Everyone witnessed the power of both of them. This surprised them. Hauser realized that both of them were like monsters. Suddenly, Meliodas started to lose strength. It turned out that Ban's ability could steal the strength of others. But Meliodas kept counter-attacking Ban. Surprisingly, Ban's strength kept increasing. This excited him, because he didn't know how much strength Meliodas had left, and his body kept healing. So, Meliodas grew tired and fell down. Just when Ban thought he would win, he threw a powerful punch to end the battle. This made Elizabeth worried. Unexpectedly, Meliodas was still standing in the ring, surprising everyone. It turned out that Ban had been knocked away by Meliodas. So, he won the fight. King and Diane realized that Meliodas had already released his power before. Next was the battle between Hauser and Diane. Suddenly, Hauser reminded her to fix her bra strap. So, everyone thought he was a pervert. Hauser then began to attack Diane. Unexpectedly, Diane easily blocked his attack. This surprised Hauser. So, he decided to use his full strength. And Hauser created a huge whirlwind in the center of the ring. This caused Diane to be blown into the air. But she used her heavy metal move, and she pinned Hauser down. In the end, Diane won, but she was still worried about her opponent. This made Hauser like her. At this point, Meliodas was going to fight the old man. He thought Meliodas was his son. But when he found out that Meliodas was the real Meliodas, it surprised him. So, he kept attacking Meliodas. He blamed Meliodas for killing Liz and destroying his kingdom. But Meliodas easily blocked his attacks, and he realized the old man's name was Cain. Meliodas said that he never betrayed anyone, which moved Cain, because he trusted Meliodas. So, he admitted defeat. Therefore, Meliodas and Diane entered the finals. Suddenly, the girls began to seduce Meliodas. It turned out that Ban had hired them. This made Diane angry, and she immediately knocked Meliodas down. Seeing Diane's angered power surprised everyone, but Meliodas still kept counter-attacking her. Suddenly, they stopped the match, and Meliodas announced to everyone, "We are the 7 deadly sins, and we will take over this town." This surprised everyone. It turned out that Meliodas wanted to make them run away. Suddenly, fireballs flew toward the village, attacking it. So, Meliodas blocked them. They realized the holy knights had arrived. So, Meliodas' group split up to take action. Suddenly, Jericho attacked Ban. This made him excited. Ban recognized her as the former Holy Knights recruit. But she had become much stronger than before. Meanwhile, Meliodas met Gila again. She created exploding fireballs to attack him. Elizabeth saw that Meliodas and Ban had been defeated, which made her worried. At this point, King also rushed over. But he was ambushed by Gila. Unexpectedly, King was very strong. He easily overwhelmed them. So, King told Hawk to take Meliodas and Ban away. Meanwhile, Diane couldn't find her Warhammer Gideon anymore. When Hauser was about to capture her, he saw Diane helping an old man. Suddenly, another holy knight appeared. He used gravity to press Diane and the old man down. So, she threw the old man to Hauser. This caused her to fall into the abyss, while Hawk took them to a safe place. Suddenly, Elizabeth started to grow back to her normal size. By chance, she met her sister again. So, Veronica gave her her belongings. She scolded Elizabeth. because she had secretly run away to find the 7 deadly sins. And she thought the 7 deadly sins were all evil. So, she wanted to take Elizabeth back. Suddenly, Meliodas blocked Veronica, and he promised to protect Elizabeth with his life. But before that, Hendrickson had given Veronica a demon sealing stone. She activated the stone and sucked Meliodas into it. This made her very happy. However, Elizabeth immediately took the stone back. So, Griamore created a wall to send Elizabeth back. Suddenly, Ban caught Veronica. Meanwhile, King was still fighting Gila and Jericho. When he was about to defeat them, suddenly, King's sacred treasure was sliced in half. King realized that this person was Helbram, and he told Gila's group to go after Meliodas, leaving him here to take care of King. So, King recovered the spirit spear and attacked him. But, Helbram blocked all of his attacks. This caused King to be injured. Meanwhile, Ban told them to release Meliodas. Suddenly, Jericho ambushed Ban. Hawk was also turned into a roasted pig by Gila. But, Veronica realized that these people wanted to capture Elizabeth. So, Griamore blocked them. Taking this opportunity, Elizabeth ran away. But, she accidentally triggered Gila's trap. Luckily, Veronica pushed her away, and created a massive explosion. This caused Veronica to be seriously injured. So, Elizabeth blamed herself, because Veronica always got hurt protecting her. Although they were not blood relatives, Elizabeth was very happy because Veronica was her sister. At this point, Gila managed to break free. So, she attacked them, while Elizabeth, in despair, called out to Meliodas. Unexpectedly, Meliodas broke the seal and escaped. This surprised Ban, and it made Jericho and Gila uncomfortable. Meliodas cut Gila's hand to take back his sword. This shocked them, because Meliodas' strength was on a different level. So, Jericho helped Gila recover her hand. Ban realized that Meliodas was losing control. So, Ban tried to stop him. But, Meliodas easily defeated Ban. However, he didn't attack Elizabeth. Meliodas then flew toward Helbram, and he kept attacking him. Helbram realized that Meliodas' strength was demonic. But, he wasn't like those who had drunk demon blood. This intrigued Helbram, because of Meliodas' terrifying power. Even the Black Mark could move to protect him. Meanwhile, Hauser was worried about Diane. Suddenly, Hawk's mother arrived and threw clothes down into the abyss for Diane. While Meliodas was still fighting Helbram, he said that Meliodas wouldn't be able to defeat him, because he had received power from many other holy knights. So, Helbram counterattacked Meliodas. But, Meliodas' power was still growing, and he overwhelmed Helbram. At this point, Hendrickson also lent Helbram his power. So, Helbram was able to push Meliodas back, when he thought he had already defeated the 7 deadly sins. Suddenly, Ban sensed danger. So, he took Elizabeth and ran away. When Helbram was about to kill Meliodas, suddenly, Diane appeared. This made her furious, because he was the one who had injured her leader. Hendrickson immediately told Helbram to retreat. Unexpectedly, Diane's power was unleashed, and she completely overpowered Helbram. He realized this was the strength of the 7 deadly sins with sacred treasure. It even cut off the connection between the holy knights and Helbram. In the end, they won. Seeing that Meliodas was safe made them very happy. Elizabeth hugged him. Meanwhile, Griamore thought his princess was dead. Elizabeth promised that she would stop the holy knights, while Hauser thought Diane was a good girl. So, he left. Meliodas discovered that his sword had been taken. But, he still continued flirting with Elizabeth, while Helbram had escaped, and he had taken Meliodas' sword. It turned out that this sword was the key to resurrecting the demon race. The next morning, Elizabeth was still thinking about her sister. So, Diane comforted her. Meanwhile, King and Ban were practicing with each other. King was worried about Meliodas' mysterious power. But, Ban didn't believe Meliodas was connected to the demon race, because Ban considered Elaine and Meliodas the 2 most important people to him. While Meliodas realized the holy knights were getting stronger. So, he could no longer avoid it, and he decided to end this 3,000-year-long battle. In the forest, there was a giant in Alan's armor. The giant introduced himself as Gauther. But, he was very scared. So, Alan had to continuously comfort him. Alan read books aloud to him, which made Alan very excited, because he learned a lot of things. On the side of Helbram, he received news that Gowther had appeared. It turned out that Gowther was one of the members of the 7 deadly sins. At this point, Meliodas' group arrived at another village. So, Meliodas decided to open a tavern there. He asked Elizabeth and Hawk to go into the village to advertise the tavern. Meanwhile, Meliodas and Ban would compete to see who could find the most ingredients. On Elizabeth's side, she saw many knights running into the village. Suddenly, they met Alan. He recognized the talking pig, which surprised him, while the giant in armor was losing control in the forest. At this point, Meliodas and Ban had found many ingredients. Suddenly, they heard a scream from the forest. Meanwhile, Alan was talking to Elizabeth and Hawk. He said he was looking for armor adhesive. On Meliodas' side, they saw a group of mercenaries surrounding the giant in armor. So, they decided to help him, because they thought he was Gowther. While the situation was very tense, Alan returned. Suddenly, the giant in armor lost control. So, this group of mercenaries attacked him. Unexpectedly, Meliodas was controlled by the leader, and they attacked the giant in armor. Although King and Ban kept blocking them, they were too strong, and they attacked Gowther. This made Meliodas worried. Unexpectedly, Alan caught the arrow, which surprised everyone. Meliodas realized Alan was actually Gowther, the goat's sin of lust. At this point, Ban was feeling surprised, because this was the first time he saw Gowther's true form. Meanwhile, the mercenaries were very excited, because they were all members of the 7 deadly sins. Meliodas didn't know who was inside the armor. Suddenly, the giant in armor started to go berserk again. But, the mercenaries were still determined to kill the giant in armor, because that was their mission. So, Gowther cut off the giant's head and handed it to them, which surprised everyone. It turned out that he didn't want them to fight here, because he was worried the villagers would be in danger. So, they decided to retreat. Meanwhile, Meliodas was surprised, because Gowther showed no mercy to the giant in armor. Unexpectedly, the giant got back up, which surprised everyone. It turned out that Gowther knew he wasn't human. Gowther said that he was a holy knight who had been turned into a monster. So, he used the armor to suppress his power. Meliodas realized he had lost control. So, they all attacked him together. But, their normal weapons were destroyed by him. Meliodas used Hellblaze to attack him. But, he saw that this holy knight still had awareness, which distracted Meliodas and caused him to be captured. So, Ban saved Meliodas. Luckily, Gowther shot an arrow into him, which made him hallucinate. It turned out that this move of Gowther's was called invasion, which allowed him to control another person's mind. When Ban wanted to kill him, Meliodas stopped him, because Meliodas believed he was still human. Meanwhile, Elizabeth's group was worried about Meliodas. Suddenly, Cain arrived at the tavern, which surprised him, because Elizabeth looked very much like Liz. Meanwhile, Ban still wouldn't listen to Meliodas, and he took his heart. Cain then told Elizabeth about Liz. It turned out that Liz was Meliodas' lover. Cain said that Meliodas never carried a weapon, because he was very strong. Cain took out Liz's sword that she had left for Meliodas. While Meliodas was angry at Ban, Gowther realized that he still had awareness. It turned out that he was Gila's father. Suddenly, the monster went berserk. Everyone felt that Meliodas' group was in trouble. So, Elizabeth took Liz's sword and ran to Meliodas' side. Meliodas and King realized that this holy knight's name was Dale. Thus, Meliodas tried to wake him up. Fortunately, Ban blocked the attack and helped Meliodas. Ban scolded Meliodas for being too spineless, because if he continued like this, everyone would die. Suddenly, Elizabeth arrived. She threw Liz's sword to Meliodas. Elizabeth said, "Liz didn't want you to fight. Liz wanted you to survive. And if that is a crime, I will bear the crime with you." Which helped Meliodas understand. He then immediately defeated the monster. At that moment, they discovered someone was trying to create demons using the holy knights of the kingdom. Gowther read the demons' memories, and he realized that Hendrickson was the mastermind. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was introducing herself to Gowther, while Meliodas wanted to celebrate, because 5 of the 7 deadly sins were now gathered. That night, they held a party together. Meanwhile, Gowther still didn't understand why Hawk could talk. Suddenly, Gowther told Meliodas that the one who knocked him out before was actually Bor's sin of gluttony. Merlin, This surprised Meliodas. Gowther also didn't know what Merlin's intentions were. At that moment, Gowther read everyone's thoughts, which made Diane embarrassed, because Gowther revealed her true weight to everyone. While King could have easily defeated Helbram in their previous fight, but he hadn't taken it seriously. And Gowther also found out that Elizabeth loved Meliodas, which worried everyone. They thought Diane would be angry. Luckily, she was drunk and asleep. This made Elizabeth embarrassed. Suddenly, she asked Meliodas, what kind of person was Liz? Meliodas replied, Liz was just like you, Elizabeth, because she was a very strong person. At that moment, Hendrickson and Helbram used Meliodas' sword to break the seal of the demon race. Suddenly, 2 demon arms appeared, but they weren't strong enough to break free. Hendrickson realized that something was still missing to break the seal. The next morning, everyone thought Meliodas would go find Escanor or Merlin, but he said he would go to find his sword. This surprised everyone. So, Meliodas explained to them that the sword was used to seal the demon race, and they realized Hendrickson wanted to resurrect the demon race. Meanwhile, Dreyfus was questioning Hendrickson's intentions. It turned out that Hendrickson wanted to create a holy war, but Dreyfus didn't agree, because he thought humans couldn't defeat the demon race. However, Hendrickson was very confident in his experiment. He then recounted Dreyfus' sins. It turned out that Dreyfus had killed his own brother to take the title of Great Holy Knight. Therefore, Hendrickson forced Dreyfus to follow his plan. On Meliodas' side, he realized the seal still hadn't been broken. Suddenly, a sorceress appeared. She said that Elizabeth was the final piece, and she immediately captured Elizabeth. But Meliodas couldn't save her in time. This made him very angry. So, Meliodas immediately chased after her. Meliodas realized that Elizabeth had been taken back to the kingdom. Diane grabbed them and threw them away at extreme speed. Hendrickson and Dreyfus sensed that the 7 deadly sins were approaching. So, they ordered all the holy knights to stop Meliodas' group. When they attacked together using magic, they were hit by Meliodas' full counter technique. Suddenly, Dreyfus received news that an army from the kingdom of Camelot was approaching the kingdom. It turned out that it was King Arthur's army. Dreyfus realized the country was in danger. So, he decided to cooperate with Hendrickson. At this moment, Hendrickson went outside to meet the King of Camelot. He didn't understand why Arthur was here. It turns out Arthur realized that the Holy Knights of Lyons were rebelling. So, he came to help the King of Lyons. Suddenly, Arthur's army disappeared. It turned out that it was just an illusion. But Hendrickson still refused to let Arthur meet the King of Lyons. Arthur noticed that Hendrickson was facing some problems. So, he decided to help Hendrickson. Meanwhile, Elizabeth had been taken back to the castle. Unexpectedly, Hawk was also captured, but he was busy using the toilet. So, Hawk knocked down the door to use the toilet, helping him feel more comfortable. Meanwhile, Meliodas' group had defeated many holy knights, but there were too many of them. So, Gowther used his sacred treasure, and he shot it at the holy knights, causing them to start loving Meliodas' group. It turned out that Gowther had altered their memories, making them view Meliodas' group as family. After that, Meliodas' group was able to infiltrate the castle. Meanwhile, on Hendrickson's side, when his sorcerer reported that Elizabeth had been taken inside the castle, he suddenly turned hostile and attacked Arthur. However, Arthur blocked his attack, and Hendrickson realized that Arthur's sorcerer was also very dangerous. Meanwhile, Diane and King were worried about Elizabeth. So, they needed to hurry to the castle. Suddenly, King summoned his pet. He said its name was Oslo, and Oslo had the ability to teleport anything it ate to another place. This amazed Diane. So, Oslo grew large and tried to swallow Diane. However, she got stuck. So, she asked King to push her from behind, which made King embarrassed. At that moment, Dreyfus sensed someone was infiltrating the castle. So, he created a hole to go down. They encountered Diane, and they realized that Diane was stuck and couldn't move. Jericho then attacked her. Unexpectedly, Diane destroyed part of the castle. Gil said that the 7 deadly sins with their sacred treasures were very strong. So, Jericho was no match for Diane. Afterward, Gil attacked Diane, causing Oslo to be electrocuted. Hauser was also forced by Dreyfus to attack. So, he and Gil created a thunderstorm. causing Diane to be thrown up. When Helbram was about to attack Diane, he was immediately counterattacked by Diane. Meliodas' group realized Diane had arrived, so Gowther decided to go help her. At this point, Diane was injured, but she still demanded they return Elizabeth to her. So, Diane attacked Dreyfus. Unexpectedly, he blocked her attack, and Dreyfus counterattacked. With just one strike, he defeated Diane, which surprised everyone. Helbram also avoided Diane's attack, because he had used 2 holy knights linked to him to take the blow. But Diane continued to stand up. So, Dreyfus continued to attack her, causing Diane to be sent flying into the town. Everyone realized she was a member of the 7 deadly sins. So, they threw stones at her, because they thought she was trying to destroy the kingdom. Helbram's group continued to chase after Diane. Suddenly, Gila's younger brother was about to be hit by debris from the house, causing Gila to worry. Fortunately, Diane managed to protect him. At that moment, Dreyfus also arrived. When they were about to execute Diane, suddenly, Hauser and Gila decided to protect Diane, because they realized Diane was a good person. This made Dreyfus uncomfortable, so he decided to deal with them. Then, Hauser and Gila combined their powers. They created a fiery tornado to attack Dreyfus's group, while Elizabeth was searching for her father and sister. Fortunately, she found her sister, while Hauser and Gila were trying to maintain the magic. Suddenly, he was attacked by Gil, causing their combined attack to disappear. Unexpectedly, Helbram and Dreyfus were unharmed by their attack, and Dreyfus immediately attacked Gila. Fortunately, Gowther was able to save her in time, while Elizabeth was very happy, because her older sister was safe. But Elizabeth felt guilty about Veronica's death, so Margaret comforted her. Suddenly, Hendrickson's mage appeared. When Vivian was about to capture Elizabeth, Hawk attacked her, which made Vivian angry. So, she teleported Hawk to another place. After that, she captured Elizabeth. Suddenly, Vivian released Margaret, because she was no longer useful. At that moment, Gowther decided to stop Dreyfus. But he was immediately attacked by Dreyfus, which surprised everyone. It turned out Dreyfus realized that Gowther's mind control ability was very dangerous. When he thought he had defeated Gowther, suddenly, Gowther counterattacked, which surprised Dreyfus, and he saw his brother. After Dreyfus returned home, Griamore ran to hug him. It turned out Griamore was Dreyfus's son. But Griamore always admired his brother. Even Meliodas praised Zaratros for being very strong, which made Dreyfus jealous of Zaratros. So, he killed his brother. It turned out that Gowther's technique was called Nightmare Teller, which made Dreyfus see nightmares. Outside, everyone didn't understand why Gowther and Dreyfus weren't moving. Suddenly, Gowther fell. It turned out Dreyfus had broken Gowther's magic, but he was also injured. So, Gil took Dreyfus away, and left everything to Helbram. Then, he created a cloud of black smoke, which poisoned Hauser and Gila. He didn't even care about the people around them. But Diane stopped his poisonous smoke, and Diane handed Gila's younger brother back to her. Suddenly, Helbram attacked Diane again, when he was about to finish Diane off. Fortunately, King appeared just in time to block his attack. At that moment, King felt guilty, because he hadn't been able to protect Diane. So, King began to attack Helbram, which caused him to be injured. Suddenly, King told Helbram to return to his true form. It turned out Helbram was also from the fairy race. Helbram realized Diane was very important to King. So, he attacked her, to make King suffer, and King was captured by him. So, Helbram continued to torture King. He even called King a useless king. At this point, he kept attacking Diane, but Meliodas felt King's strength was increasing. It turned out King had created a shield to protect her, which surprised Helbram. At that moment, King remembered he had once abandoned Elaine to go save Helbram, but he had been attacked, causing King to fall into the river and lose all his memories. Afterward, King lived alone in the forest, and he became friends with Diane. But King still couldn't remember anything about his past. He saw Diane was able to create golems, which amazed King. It turned out Diane always felt lonely. She was very happy that King became her friend. One day, King discovered that Diane always received food from a hunter. So, he warned Diane not to trust them. That night, King dreamed of Helbram. He also trusted humans a lot. When King woke up, he gradually remembered the name Helbram. Suddenly, Diane became ill, which made King very worried. When he was about to go find medicine, Diane stopped King, because she didn't want to be alone, which made King remember Elaine. Fortunately, they were helped by the hunter from before. This changed his view of humans. After that, King lived very happily with Diane, and he gave Diane a new outfit, which made her very happy. At that moment, they saw a village. They thought this was the home of the hunter. But he said, "The hunter is my grandfather." And he always talked about them like a couple in love. Suddenly, Diane asked, "Do you love me?" Which made King embarrassed. But King promised he would love Diane forever. After that, King continued to dream about his memories. And he remembered, he was the fairy king, Harlequin. But his fairy race had been massacred by humans. Suddenly, King realized the village was being attacked. So, he went to check it out. Unexpectedly, all the villagers had been killed. It turned out the one who killed them was the one who had massacred King's fairy race before. But he was Helbram. It turned out that Helbram saw King being attacked. So, he killed the attacker and took his form. Because Helbram wanted to take revenge on humans. It turned out they had deceived Helbram into selling his friends, which made Helbram hate humans for the past 500 years. Suddenly, King killed Helbram, because he didn't want Helbram to live in hatred anymore. This made King very sorrowful. And he went back to erase Diane's memories. Because King didn't want Diane to wait for him. After that, he took all of Helbram's sins upon himself. At that moment, King realized that Helbram still wanted revenge on humans, which made Helbram furious. He told the Holy Knights to transfer all their power to him. And he kept attacking King. But Helbram was still overpowered by King. In the end, King defeated Helbram, which caused the Power Stone to shatter. At that moment, Helbram calmed down, and he gave King his helmet. After that, Helbram died, which made King very sad. Meanwhile, Diane was very happy that King came to help her. But she still didn't remember anything about her past with King. At this point, Arthur was still fighting Hendrickson. But Hendrickson was very strong. He kept overpowering Arthur. Suddenly, Hendrickson used Hellblaze to attack Arthur. But his attack was reflected back at him. It turned out Meliodas had arrived. So, Hendrickson faced Meliodas. He told Hendrickson to return Elizabeth to him. But he refused. Meliodas immediately attacked him. Suddenly, Arthur saw a lightning cloud in the sky. Gil appeared and attacked Meliodas, which surprised him. But Gil sent Meliodas flying. Fortunately, Arthur caught him. At this point, Arthur decided to help Meliodas fight Hendrickson. It turned out he had admired Meliodas for a long time. So, Meliodas fought Gil to let Arthur hold Hendrickson back. The two fought fiercely. Unexpectedly, Gil was very strong. He kept overpowering Meliodas. So, Meliodas decided to use the power of a demon to stop Gil, which surprised Arthur. But he was attacked by Hendrickson. Hendrickson explained to Arthur that it was the power of a demon. Meanwhile, Meliodas began to counterattack Gil. Everyone could feel the intensity of their battle, while Ban had found a secret tunnel. At this point, Elizabeth was taken into her father's room, which made her feel reassured, because her father was still safe, while Meliodas was still blocking Gil's attacks. And Gil remembered, since he was young, he had been trained by Meliodas, and he admired Meliodas a lot. Gil wanted to go on missions with Meliodas, but his mission was to protect Princess Margaret, and Meliodas taught Gil a spell for when he needed help. At this point, Gil said, "I am stronger than any member of the 7 deadly sins." So, Meliodas understood, and he continued to fight against Gil. Suddenly, he was ambushed by Hendrickson. It turned out that Hendrickson had defeated Arthur, which made Meliodas begin to struggle. Suddenly, Vivian also appeared and froze Meliodas. But he managed to escape. However, Meliodas was still being overpowered by Hendrickson and Gil, while Margaret realized that she was the curse that bound Gil. At this point, Meliodas was still being attacked by all three. But Hendrickson realized that Meliodas wasn't fighting back. When they were about to deliver a finishing blow to Meliodas, Meliodas saw Margaret falling. He immediately attacked the demon watching over Margaret. Thanks to that, Margaret was freed. But Meliodas was hit by an attack. when Hendrickson was about to finish off Meliodas. Suddenly, Gil stopped him. This made Gil very happy, because Meliodas had helped free him from the curse, which made Hendrickson furious. It turned out that from the very beginning, Gil was never on his side. So, Gil attacked Hendrickson to avenge his father. He was eventually defeated by Gil. When Margaret woke up, she was very happy to see Gil again. Meanwhile, Vivian didn't understand when they started their plan. It turned out that Meliodas realized Gil was being threatened when they met at the Forest of White Dreams. This made Vivian very angry. She immediately transported them to another place. Suddenly, she didn't know that Arthur's mage was much stronger than she was. Everyone realized she was a member of the 7 deadly sins, the one known as Boar's sin of gluttony. Merlin. At this moment, Ha saw Ban in a basement, and he was talking to a vessel of a goddess. But Ha appeared, surprising Ban. At that moment, the goddess said that she could resurrect one person at Ban's request. So, Ban agreed to give his life in exchange for Elaine. But the goddess didn't need his life. She only wanted Ban to kill someone. It turned out the person she wanted Ban to kill was Meliodas, which shocked him. Meanwhile, Merlin had controlled Vivian. It turned out Vivian was her disciple, and she told them the location of Elizabeth. So, Merlin took them to the king's chamber. Merlin realized that there was a seal inside the room, but Merlin easily broke the seal. Finally, Meliodas found Elizabeth, making her very happy. Suddenly, Dreyfus also arrived. He realized that Hendrickson was dead. At this moment, Margaret told everyone that Dreyfus and Hendrickson were the ones who killed the Great Holy Knight. But, since she and Gil had learned of their plan, they had captured her to threaten Gil. Dreyfus realized he had lost. So, he confessed to all his crimes. He and Hendrickson had even blamed the 7 deadly sins for the overthrow of the kingdom. And he told them about Hendrickson's plot to resurrect the demon race. While Vivian thought she had lost, it turned out Hendrickson was still alive. At this moment, Elizabeth told Dreyfus that his son was still alive, which deeply moved him, and he accepted responsibility for his crimes. Suddenly, Arthur asked Meliodas to become the Great Holy Knight of Camelot. But Meliodas refused. So, Merlin took the king to receive treatment. Suddenly, the castle was attacked. Luckily, they were still safe. At this moment, Hendrickson began to take action. Suddenly, Jericho and Gila felt uneasy, and Jericho transformed into a demon, surprising everyone. Fortunately, Meliodas arrived just in time to help them. He realized that they were all experiments of Hendrickson, causing many holy knights to transform into demons. At this moment, Hendrickson appeared, surprising everyone, as his appearance had completely changed. It turned out he had also consumed demon blood. He demanded that they hand over Elizabeth to him. So, King attacked him, but he was pushed back. To their surprise, Hendrickson controlled Hellbram's body. Suddenly, Vivian captured Elizabeth and Margaret, causing Meliodas and Gil to be distracted. This allowed Hendrickson to attack them, knocking both of them down. When Hendrickson was about to finish them off, Elizabeth agreed to go with him, because this time she wanted to protect Meliodas. So, Hendrickson took Elizabeth and left, leaving Meliodas powerless. Suddenly, Ban also arrived. Meliodas asked Ban to help him save Elizabeth, but he felt something strange about Ban. Suddenly, Ban attacked and cut off one of Meliodas's arms. So, Meliodas regained his arm, using his demon power to reattach it. Suddenly, Ban asked, "Are you of the demon race?" But Meliodas didn't respond. So, Ban attacked him. It turned out that Ban wanted to kill Meliodas, so that the goddess could help him resurrect Elaine. At this moment, Ban continuously attacked Meliodas. Meliodas realized that Ban wanted to save Elaine. So, he told Ban to kill him. Meanwhile, the kingdom was in chaos, as Hendrickson's demons continued to attack everyone. At this time, Hendrickson met Dreyfus, but this time, Dreyfus wanted to atone for his wrongs. So, he decided to stop Hendrickson. While Ban was about to kill Meliodas, he attacked Ban, which made Ban furious, as Meliodas had tricked him. Meanwhile, Hawk was angry, because Ban had always considered Meliodas his best friend. But Elaine wouldn't be happy if she knew that Ban was doing this to save her. However, Ban was still determined to resurrect Elaine. Suddenly, Meliodas told Ban, "Once we finish everything here, I will settle this matter with you." Ban agreed. Meliodas asked Hawk to take him to find Elizabeth, but he needed to rest for a while to regain his strength. Meanwhile, Ban began helping everyone. He healed Diane and Gil. While King was being held back by Helbram, Helbram was in pain because he was being controlled by Hendrickson. King didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, Hendrickson was fighting Dreyfus. No matter how much Dreyfus injured him, Hendrickson could heal himself. So, they decided to unleash all their strength. To their surprise, the attack injured Elizabeth, but Hendrickson's power continued to grow, and he overwhelmed Dreyfus, while Jericho was suffering because she couldn't control her body. Ban decided to help her break free. King saw his close friend in pain, so he decided to free Helbram as well. Fortunately, Ban managed to save Jericho. At this point, they decided to work together to save the other holy knights. Everyone was surprised, as the 7 deadly sins were saving the kingdom. Meanwhile, Dreyfus no longer had the strength to continue fighting Hendrickson. So, Hendrickson killed him. Suddenly, Hawk rushed to them. Meliodas saw that Dreyfus had been killed, and Elizabeth was injured. He immediately embraced Elizabeth, which shocked Hendrickson, because Meliodas was so fast. Meliodas then handed Elizabeth to Hawk. As Hendrickson prepared to attack them, Meliodas struck him with incredible speed. But he is still targeting Elizabeth. Luckily, Diane managed to save them in time. So, the members of the 7 deadly sins have gathered, along with all the holy knights of the kingdom. This greatly amused Hendrickson. Meliodas continues to attack him, but all his wounds heal back up. King and Diane immediately assist Meliodas, preventing him from moving. So, Meliodas continues to slash and kick him toward Ban, which causes Ban to crash into the cliffside. Suddenly, Ban sees the bodies of the red demons here, which makes Ban furious. So, Ban attacks Hendrickson, causing him to crash into the rock wall, and revealing the demon that Hendrickson had hidden, which surprises everyone. It turns out he had found the demon's body in Fairy King's forest, and it had helped him conduct experiments to increase his own power. So, Hendrickson continues attacking everyone. Meanwhile, Ban realizes that this demon is the one he had killed. Thus, Ban delivers a powerful blow to Hendrickson, causing him to fall into the cave below. Meliodas sees that the cave is very deep, but Meliodas' group still jumps down to chase after Hendrickson. At this point, they don't know where he has gone. Gowther realizes this is an ancient cave. Suddenly, they encountered Hendrickson, and he showed them the corpse of a dark gray demon. This demon was even ranked higher than red demons. So, Hendrickson injected the blood of the dark gray demon into his own body. This caused him to undergo a transformation. Ban immediately attacked him, but Hendrickson easily defeated Ban. Meliodas realized that he was no longer human. Meanwhile, everyone was unaware of what was happening below. Suddenly, Meliodas' group was blasted upwards. Everyone saw Hendrickson's demon form. This surprised them. When he was about to capture Elizabeth, Meliodas attacked him, but all of their attacks were useless. So, Hendrickson continued to attack and kill many holy knights. Therefore, everyone came together to stop him. Although they combined all their strength, Hendrickson still remained unscathed. So, he defeated Gil and the other holy knights. Then, Diane and King joined forces to stop him. Suddenly, he created a dark sphere to massacre everyone. So, Meliodas absorbed it to protect Elizabeth. At this point, everyone had been defeated, but Hendrickson felt that Meliodas was a threat to him. So, he decided to kill Meliodas first. This made Elizabeth and everyone else worry. Suddenly, Hawk appeared. He decided to block his attack to save Meliodas. This created a massive explosion. Meliodas and Elizabeth saw that Hawk had died, which made them very sad. Meliodas said, "You have really made me angry." Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared, and it healed everyone. This made Hendrickson feel uncomfortable. At this point, Margaret told Gil that this was the power of Elizabeth. It turned out that Elizabeth's power had awakened. At this moment, Hendrickson realized that Elizabeth possessed the power of the goddess. It turned out that the final missing piece for Hendrickson was the blood of Elizabeth. So, he unleashed his power to kill everyone. But Elizabeth also released her power, which surprised Hendrickson. because her power completely overwhelmed him. Unexpectedly, the wounds of everyone were healed, which amazed them all. Diane realized that Elizabeth also didn't know about her power. But Elizabeth had exhausted herself and fainted. Surprisingly, Hendrickson was still alive, which made everyone begin to fear. When he was about to attack Gil, Meliodas kicked him in the face, and he knocked Hendrickson out. Meliodas declared that the 7 deadly sins would defeat him. At this point, Meliodas' group continuously attacked him together, but he still showed no signs of injury. So, Meliodas told Gowther to link everyone's minds together. It turned out that Meliodas had a plan to defeat him, which surprised everyone. Suddenly, Meliodas released his defensive state, and he attacked Hendrickson. Suddenly, Gil used lightning to attack both him and Meliodas. Other holy knights also attacked them together, which made Hendrickson wonder why they were attacking Meliodas as well. He thought Meliodas was just trying to hold him off, which amused him, but Meliodas was still very strong, and he continued to punch and hold him down. Next were Diane and Cain, who also attacked Meliodas and Hendrickson. While he thought their actions were meaningless, Ban directly struck Meliodas, which made him confused about what they were doing. Suddenly, Meliodas released his power, which surprised Hendrickson, because Meliodas' power was immense. It turned out that Meliodas had taken all the attacks from everyone in order to use full counter. This made Hendrickson fear and run away, but he was caught by Griamore. Then, Meliodas delivered the finishing blow, causing Hendrickson to disintegrate. In the end, they had won, but Meliodas was also exhausted, so Elizabeth ran to his side. At this point, Merlin had also brought the king back. It turned out that she had used demonic magic to heal him. The king was very grateful to the 7 deadly sins, for they had saved the kingdom, and he was also very proud of Elizabeth. But Elizabeth was very sad, because Hawk had died. Meanwhile, Ban was mourning for Hawk, because he considered Hawk his friend. Meliodas also missed the member who cleaned up leftovers, and he said that if Hawk came back, he would increase Hawk's food portion by 3 times. Unexpectedly, Hawk had truly come back to life, which made everyone very happy. But he was very small. At this point, Elizabeth had not yet healed Meliodas, and she hugged him. Suddenly, she saw her sister was still alive, which made Elizabeth very happy. At this moment, Elizabeth dreams of Meliodas fighting extremely powerful enemies. It makes her very worried. Fortunately, it is just a dream. But she is also very happy, because the 7 deadly sins have saved this kingdom. So, everyone has returned to a peaceful life. After that, Elizabeth goes to Meliodas's tavern. It makes everyone very happy. So, they decide to hold a celebration party. Suddenly, Ban wants to talk privately with Meliodas. He says, "I want to leave the 7 deadly sins." This surprises Meliodas. The next morning, Ban is about to quietly leave. Unexpectedly, he meets King. King knows that Ban is trying to find a way to resurrect Elaine. It turns out Ban wants to return to the Fairy King's forest. Meanwhile, Meliodas and the others are being praised by the king. But Meliodas notices that some holy knights do not like them. Suddenly, 3 holy knights appear. Everyone realizes they are Denzel's assistants. They immediately challenge Meliodas, because they want to see the power of the 7 deadly sins. Suddenly, Hawk sees that this guy's power level is only 860. It turns out Merlin has given Hawk an earring. It allows him to see the enemy's power levels. This makes Hawk very excited, because he can now see everyone's information. At this moment, Dogado attacks Meliodas, but Meliodas blocks all of his attacks. This causes Dogado's fingers to break, and he is defeated by Meliodas. This surprises Hawk, because Meliodas's power level is 3,300. At this moment, Deathpierce realizes Meliodas's strength, so he apologizes and leaves. Hawk sees that his power level is only 1,600. But Gowther explains that everyone's power level changes during battle. Hawk sees that his own power level is 3,100. This surprises Hawk. Meanwhile, Diane's power level is 3,200. Merlin's power level is 4,700. This shocks Hawk. But Elizabeth notices that Ban and King are nowhere to be seen. Diane says that they have already left. It turns out King has followed Ban. Suddenly, the seal of the demon clan is broken. This surprises everyone. Meliodas senses that they have returned. At this moment, Hendrickson and Dreyfus have both been resurrected. But Hendrickson realizes that the one before him is not Dreyfus. He thanks Hendrickson for breaking their seal. It turns out they are the 10 Commandments, the strongest warriors of the demon clan. This shocks Hendrickson. At this moment, they are very pleased, because they have escaped their 3,000-year seal. It turns out Dreyfus's body has been taken over by Fraudrin, and it was Fraudrin who broke the seal for the others. Meanwhile, Zeldris is thrilled, because he is about to meet Meliodas again. But the goddess clan's seal has drained their magic power. So, they immediately search for a place to rest. At this moment, Ban and King sense someone is following them. It turns out to be Jericho. This confuses Ban, as he doesn't understand why she is following him. But she says she is following Ban to force him to apologize, because Ban once tore her clothes. Finally, they arrive at the Fairy King's forest. This makes King very happy, because he has returned to his homeland. But everyone in the Fairy clan does not welcome King, because he abandoned them 700 years ago. This caused Elaine's death. But they warmly welcome Ban, because he saved the Fairy King's forest. At this moment, they arrive at Elaine's place. This makes King very sad. Ban hugs her and says, "I will definitely bring you back to life." Meanwhile, Elizabeth looks for Meliodas, because she realizes that Meliodas is about to leave. So, she wants to go with him. Suddenly, Meliodas checks Elizabeth's body. Thus, Hawk ties him up. But Elizabeth notices that Meliodas is acting very strangely. At this moment, Diane asks, "You love him, don't you?" This makes Elizabeth embarrassed. So, Diane tells her to confess to Meliodas. It turns out Diane has regained her memories with King, and Diane is very worried about him, because she loves King. Meanwhile, King is still hated by everyone. This makes him very sad, because he left to save Helbram. So, he couldn't protect the Fairy King's forest. King wears Helbram's helmet. Suddenly, he sees Helbram. It turns out Helbram's soul has entered this helmet. Helbram says that Elaine asked him to stay by King's side. At this moment, Ban also arrives. He wants to continue searching for a way to revive Elaine. And Ban tells King that Diane is waiting for him. King realizes that Diane has regained her memories. Suddenly, they meet Gila's younger brother. But he doesn't know who he is. Meanwhile, Meliodas finds Gowther acting very strangely. It turns out he is dating Gila. Later, Meliodas meets Merlin. He asks Merlin to return what she took from him 10 years ago, because Meliodas realizes that the 10 Commandments have been resurrected. Meanwhile, Diane and Elizabeth go to find Gila, because her younger brother is acting very strangely. But Gila doesn't recognize her own brother. Diane realizes that Gowther is responsible. It turns out he has altered their memories, because Gowther wants to understand everyone's emotions, so he can create a heart for himself. This makes Diane very angry. So, she tries to stop Gowther, but he uses his sacred treasure. This causes everyone in the kingdom to faint, because he wants to see their memories. This makes Diane very angry, because she understands the pain of losing memories. She immediately attacks Gowther. At this moment, Meliodas finds Elizabeth, so he calls her to wake up. Meanwhile, Diane is still fighting Gowther. She creates 2 giant earth puppets to capture Gowther. But he takes control of Diane's puppets. Unexpectedly, Diane leaps up and punches Gowther. Luckily, Meliodas arrives just in time. He scolds Gowther for losing control. Meliodas orders Gowther to return everyone's memories. Gila and her brother regain their memories. Gowther then apologizes for his selfishness. But Gila doesn't blame him, because he helped her remember her father. Suddenly, Merlin summons Slater. This surprises Meliodas, because Slater obeys Merlin's orders. Merlin then restores Gowther to his original form. It turns out Gowther's true form is a doll. This helps Gowther stabilize himself. So, everyone feels relieved. Suddenly, Merlin senses an unusual power source. She immediately teleports everyone to the kingdom of Camelot. Meanwhile, Arthur is facing off against a giant monster. Luckily, Meliodas's group arrives. Meliodas realizes that this monster is a weapon of the demon clan. Hawk sees that its power level is 5,500. This terrifies him, because its power is greater than both Meliodas and Merlin. the monster immediately attacks everyone. Fortunately, Merlin creates a barrier to protect the kingdom. But the barrier disappears. Meliodas realizes everyone is in danger. As the monster attacks, Merlin teleports Meliodas to block its strike. This surprises Arthur. He tells everyone, the monster's weakness is a flaw in its chest. But Arthur gets captured by the monster. Luckily, Meliodas rescues him in time. However, Meliodas's sword breaks. Suddenly, Merlin gives Meliodas a sword. It turns out to be the demon sword Lostvein, Meliodas's sacred treasure. Unexpectedly, Meliodas's power increases. He easily cuts off the monster's arm. Suddenly, the monster grows multiple horns. It prepares to cast magic at Meliodas. Unexpectedly, Meliodas creates 5 clones of himself. He then uses the full counter technique. Meliodas counters the monster's attack. Finally, Meliodas defeats it. This reassures everyone. Meanwhile, King is about to return to Meliodas. Suddenly, he sees the forest growing rapidly. It turns out that every few years, Ban visits here. He uses his blood to help the forest grow. Suddenly, Fairy King's forest is also attacked by a monster. This surprises Jericho, because the monster is enormous. It terrifies everyone. But the monster is attacked. Everyone realizes the attacker is King. Unexpectedly, the monster is very strong. It pushes King back. Everyone sees King trying to protect them. This makes everyone worried. Meanwhile, Ban is being held by Gerhed. She is the advisor to the Fairy King. She believes only King can be the Fairy Clan's king, because he was chosen by the sacred tree. But Ban easily blocks her attacks. Unexpectedly, Gerhed targets Elaine. When Jericho arrives to inform Ban, she sees that Ban has been captured. It turns out Gerhed wants Ban to stay here forever as nourishment for the forest. Suddenly, she realizes that the forest has been attacked. This surprises Gerhed, because it is a sealed weapon of the demon clan. Meanwhile, King is trying to stop the giant monster. But all his attacks are useless. He thinks he's lost, and he desperately wants to see Diane again. Suddenly, the monster cuts through the sacred tree. This causes everyone to panic. At this moment, King feels he is unworthy to be the king of the Fairy Clan. Suddenly, everyone rushes to stop the monster to protect King. This makes him worried. Then, Helbram tells King that everyone has recognized him, because he is their king. Suddenly, King releases his sacred treasure. This increases his power. King wants to protect everyone and Diane. Unexpectedly, King's spirit spear evolves, and he defeats the monster with a powerful strike. At this moment, the 10 Commandments realize that their 2 monsters have been defeated. This excites Galland, so he wants to go and deal with them. Meanwhile, Meliodas tells Arthur that the monster is a weapon of the demon clan. This makes everyone worried, because the 10 Commandments are much stronger than this monster. But Hawk believes that Meliodas will win. So, he splits himself into clones and teases Elizabeth. However, Hawk realizes that Meliodas's clones will have their power divided equally. Suddenly, something falls in front of them. Meliodas realizes that it is Galland, a member of the 10 Commandments. Galland sees Meliodas, which makes him very happy. Meanwhile, Hawk sees that his strength level is 26,000. This makes him think Merlin's earring is broken. This surprises everyone, but Merlin realizes that he hasn't fully recovered his strength yet. At this moment, the Fairy Clan of King is safe, and the sacred tree has also been restored. So, Ban gives King his blood, which helps King heal his wounds. Gerhed thanks Ban, but Ban is still angry with her, because he doesn't allow anyone to touch Elaine. So, Ban leaves. Meanwhile, Meliodas's group is facing Galland. He realizes that it's too cramped in here. So, Galland destroys everything around them. This makes Meliodas angry. He attacks Galland, but Galland stabs him. Unexpectedly, it's just a clone of Meliodas. Meliodas appears behind Galland instead. However, Galland still manages to capture him. Luckily, Merlin protects Elizabeth. Everyone watches as Meliodas is in danger. Diane attacks Galland, but she is easily knocked down. Merlin realizes that their strength gap is too wide. So, she teleports Galland away, but he immediately returns. As he prepares to attack Merlin, Slater steps in to block his attack, taking a hit and getting injured. Suddenly, Merlin makes a deal with Galland. It seems she's trying to find a way to get everyone out of there. Then, Merlin is turned to stone. This shocks everyone. Galland reveals that it's due to the truth curse from the Ten Commandments. Anyone who lies to him is petrified. Meliodas and the others try to stop him together. But, Galland is too powerful. Elizabeth is deeply concerned for Meliodas. Meliodas realizes that if things continue this way, Elizabeth will be in danger. He decides to use his demon power, which surprises Hawk. As Meliodas' strength increases to 13,000, he relentlessly attacks Galland. However, Meliodas is on the verge of collapse. Galland easily overpowers Meliodas. Realizing that Meliodas has become too weak, Galland kills Meliodas, Diane and Merlin, thinking that he has eliminated everyone. He leaves, leaving Arthur and Elizabeth in great sorrow, unable to do anything to help. Suddenly, Gowther appears. Meanwhile, red demons are collecting the souls of the townspeople. Fortunately, Gil's group appears and eliminates them, restoring the souls of the people. But, another demon appears, which looks like Hendrickson. Hendrickson himself shows up, surprising Gil's group. He proposes that they work together. Griamore is furious, as Hendrickson killed his father. Suddenly, the demon attacks, but they manage to dodge it. Hendrickson told Griamore that his father was still alive, which surprised Griamore. But they needed to defeat this demon together first. So, Gil's group immediately attacked. Unexpectedly, the demon was very strong, causing Hendrickson to be injured. When the demon was about to kill Hendrickson, unexpectedly, Gil's group helped him, and Hendrickson was able to defeat the demon. At this point, Gil blamed Hendrickson for killing his father. So, he told them, 10 years ago, Hendrickson and Dreyfus were investigating a giant hole. Suddenly, they met Frodrin, and he immediately took over Hendrickson's body, causing Dreyfus to worry. But, he couldn't attack his friend, and he forced Dreyfus to hand over his body to him. So, Dreyfus had no choice but to agree. In the end, they were both controlled by Frodrin. It turned out that Frodrin's goal was to take revenge on Meliodas. And he was the one who killed Liz, Meliodas' lover. At this point, Meliodas woke up, which made Elizabeth very happy. It turned out that everyone was safe. But, Arthur felt guilty, because he couldn't protect Merlin. It turned out that it was Gowther who had altered Galland's memory, making him think that he had killed them. And they no longer needed to worry about Gowther losing control, because he wore Merlin's bracelet. It turned out that Merlin was still alive, because she had turned her soul into a ball. Thanks to that, everyone felt at ease. But, Merlin realized that Galland could easily defeat them, even though he was in a very weak state. So, Merlin told them they needed to become stronger. Currently, Meliodas' power level was 3,370, and she had added up all the power levels of the 7 deadly sins members. So, their total power level was 21,840. But, Galland's power level was 26,000, and he was the weakest member of the 10 Commandments. So, they needed to quickly become stronger. Even Elizabeth and Arthur had to awaken their power. Meliodas realized it was time for them to find the last member of the 7 deadly sins. Suddenly, King returned. Seeing Diane safe made him very happy. But, Diane had forgotten who King was. Merlin said that Diane had suffered a head injury. So, she had lost her memories. It turned out that she only remembered Meliodas. Suddenly, King discovered that Diane was also gradually forgetting Meliodas. So, King went to tell Merlin about this. But when he returned, Diane had disappeared. Gowther said that it was him who had erased Diane's memories before, which made King angry. So, King punched Gowther into the wall. After that, they all went to search for Diane. They realized that Diane had returned to her homeland. It was the Giants' tribe. While Diane was remembering Matrona, she was the one who mentored Diane, and she was also the leader of the Giants' tribe. At that moment, Matrona scolded Diane for not killing her enemies. It turned out that all members of the giant tribe were born warriors. So, fighting was their instinct. After that, Matrona trained Diane and Dolores. But, she was very strict, which made Dolores unable to bear it anymore, because she didn't want to become a warrior. So that night, Diane invited Dolores to run away with her. But, Dolores refused, because she was afraid she wouldn't be able to fit in with humans. In the end, Diane left alone. Suddenly, she was confronted by a group of soldiers. Fortunately, Meliodas appeared to help her. So, Diane started to like Meliodas, because he treated Diane like a normal person, which made her very happy. So, Diane immediately went back to find Dolores. But, Matrona said that Dolores had died while on a mission, which made Diane angry and she struck her. But, she was no match for Matrona. And Matrona blamed Diane for disappearing for 500 years, saying that it had made her weak. Matrona said they were a proud tribe. So, they were not like humans. While Diane vaguely remembered her memories with King. But, she couldn't recall who he was. The next morning, Diane continued to carry out the mission with Matrona. But, Matrona fell into a trap set by humans. In order to protect Diane, Matrona was struck by their poisoned arrow. But, she still insisted on protecting Diane, because Diane's parents had entrusted her to take care of Diane, and she believed that Diane would become a great warrior. After that, Matrona died, which caused Diane great pain. In the end, Diane was captured. When they were about to execute Diane, suddenly, Meliodas appeared to save her, and she joined the 7 deadly sins. At this moment, Galland was still thinking that he had killed Meliodas. But, the others didn't believe that Galland could have killed Meliodas. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching. It turned out that Diane had come to their base, which surprised Galland, because Diane was still alive, which made Diane scared. But, they surrounded her, since Diane had lost all her memories. She didn't remember who they were. Diane then attacked Galland, but, he easily blocked her. So, he attacked Diane, when she was in danger. Suddenly, someone saved Diane, and she knocked them all out. Diane realized it was Matrona, which made her very happy. But, Matrona knocked Diane unconscious and took her away. When Galland broke free, he saw that they had disappeared, which made him very angry. Suddenly, Monspeed sensed someone coming from a great distance. So, he fired a fast fireball toward them, which made everyone worry. Meliodas was about to block his attack. Unexpectedly, Hawk's mother ate the fireball, which surprised everyone. At this point, they thought they had killed their target. Fortunately, Matrona saved Diane. Meanwhile, Merlin sensed that someone had saved Diane. So, she told them they needed to get stronger first. And Merlin decided to return Meliodas' power, which surprised everyone. It turned out that Meliodas' power was too great. But, he couldn't control his emotions. So, she sealed Meliodas' power. After that, Merlin took them to the place where Meliodas' power was sealed. And they met Jenna, Zaneri and Theo. Seeing Hawk speak amazed them. It turned out they were the ones guarding the seal on Meliodas' power. After that, Zaneri led Meliodas and Elizabeth inside. She said that Meliodas needed to overcome a trial before he could regain his power, which made Meliodas excited. Then, the trial began. Meliodas realized that he had returned to the past. When he saw Liz, it surprised Meliodas. At this moment, Elizabeth was worried about Meliodas. Zaneri said that he was in the middle of a trial, and she also gave Elizabeth a cup. Inside it was a dead seed, and she told Elizabeth that she had to make the seed sprout, which surprised Elizabeth. She realized that this was her own trial. So, Elizabeth was determined to overcome it, while Meliodas was teasing Liz. Even though he realized this was just an illusion, Meliodas felt it was very real. Suddenly, Meliodas saw Liz's death, which made him lose control. And Meliodas' power destroyed an entire kingdom. After that, Meliodas was brought back to the initial point. He realized this was his own trial. Seeing Meliodas in pain made Elizabeth worried. But, Zaneri said that Meliodas had to overcome this, so he could control his anger. Meanwhile, everyone outside met Hendrickson, which surprised them. It turned out that Hendrickson had also come here to train. Jenna said that Hendrickson had returned to his old self. Suddenly, they also saw Gil's group. At this moment, Meliodas was still losing control, because he saw Liz's death. So, Zaneri took Meliodas back. She realized that Meliodas still hadn't controlled his anger, which made him feel disappointed. But, Elizabeth cheered Meliodas on. Thanks to that, he regained his spirit, and Meliodas decided to face the trial again. This time, Meliodas tried to control his emotions. Even though he was still angry about Liz's death, Meliodas didn't want to go through this anymore. While Zaneri was about to stop Meliodas' trial, Elizabeth stopped her, because Elizabeth believed Meliodas would overcome it. Unexpectedly, Meliodas woke up, which surprised them, because he had passed the trial. Meanwhile, Ban and Jericho arrived at a strange town, because they had heard rumors that people were coming back from the dead. But the inn only had one room left, so they had to stay together. Suddenly, Ban saw someone being beaten by a group of thugs. Unexpectedly, Ban immediately saved him. It turned out that Ban recognized him as a werfox, and he was also a thief. At this moment, Ban remembered his childhood. He was always beaten for stealing food from others, which led to Ban being thrown into prison. Fortunately, Ban met Zhivago, and he gave Ban something to eat. At this time, Zhivago told Ban about his son. He was the same age as Ban. Suddenly, Ban asked Zhivago to teach him how to steal. But he said that if Ban stole, he would be hated by society. But Ban still wanted to learn. So, Zhivago began teaching Ban how to steal, which made Ban very excited. And Zhivago became the person Ban trusted the most. He also considered Ban as his own son. But one day, Ban acted on his own, while Zhivago had not arrived yet. So, he was caught. When Zhivago arrived, he saw Ban being arrested. Suddenly, Zhivago heard the soldiers had found a werfox on the mountain, which made him worry about his son. So, Zhivago had to choose between Ban and his son. It turned out that Zhivago was the werfox, and he chose to save his own son, which caused him great pain. But he couldn't save his own son. At this moment, Ban told him that he hadn't done anything wrong, because if he hadn't saved his son, Ban would never forgive him. So, Zhivago realized that the person was Ban, which made him very happy. Meanwhile, King's group was preparing to train. Jenna told them they couldn't use their weapons, and they were only allowed to use a wooden staff. After that, they entered the cave. At this moment, Gil and Hauser had to fight a monster. But every attack they made was useless. While the two of them were arguing, they remembered Meliodas' teachings, which helped them regain their spirit and defeat the monster together. Thanks to that, Gil and Hauser passed the trial. Meanwhile, Hendrickson realized they had grown stronger. But he still blamed himself. So, Meliodas came to comfort him, because he had saved Gil's group. While Gowther and Arthur were training together, King also wanted to train, because he also wants to be stronger. Thus, Meliodas decided to train with him. But Meliodas knew that King still hated Hendrickson. So, he continuously advised King, because he realized Hendrickson had been manipulated by Fraudrin. Suddenly, King became curious. He didn't understand why Meliodas knew so much about the 10 Commandments. King asked, "You're also from the demon clan, aren't you?" And he attacked Meliodas. To his surprise, King was able to injure Meliodas. Meanwhile, Ban had told Zhivago everything about his past. He always blamed himself, because he had chosen to kill Meliodas to save Elaine. But Ban still considered Meliodas his closest friend. Zhivago realized Ban had found true friends. So, he felt at peace and passed away. While King was still suspicious of Meliodas, because he thought Meliodas was part of the 10 Commandments. After that, King controlled a drop of water to attack him. So, Meliodas also tried using King's technique, and he created a small black orb. But their training time had run out. When King was about to leave, Meliodas said that one day, he would make King trust him. After they left, Jenna scolded them for fighting. Finally, Meliodas had passed the trial. So, she would return his strength to him. Unexpectedly, when Meliodas's power seal was broken, everyone was surprised, because the sky suddenly turned dark. Jenna explained that this was Meliodas's power. So, all the power returned to Meliodas's body. The 10 Commandments immediately sensed an enormous source of power. While everyone saw Meliodas losing control, it turned out he was just playing around. Suddenly, he asked Merlin to teleport him to the location of the 10 Commandments. This made Gil worried. Merlin said that after the teleportation, he would be able to return only after 10 seconds. So, she teleported Meliodas away. This surprised the 10 Commandments. Galand faced Meliodas, but Meliodas immediately knocked Galand down. This made Galand furious, but all of his attacks were useless, and Meliodas quickly defeated Galand. This surprised the others. Afterward, Meliodas spoke to Zeldris. It turned out they were brothers. And Meliodas declared, the 7 deadly sins would defeat the 10 commandments. This angered Zeldris. But Meliodas disappeared, while Galand was very angry. Because he was defeated so quickly. He wanted to get revenge on Meliodas. But Zeldris told him that first, they needed to restore their power. To conquer the Britannia continent. So, they needed to separate. At this point, only Zeldris and Esterosa were left. It turned out that Esterosa was also Zeldris's brother. At this time, the 10 commandments separated, to gather the souls of humans. Meanwhile, Meliodas had returned, which surprised Gil's group. But, King was angry, because Meliodas was provoking them. He realized their goal was to conquer the Britannia continent. It turned out that Meliodas wanted to separate them. So, they would be easier to defeat. At this point, Hawk's group had finished their training, which caused their appearances to change. Elizabeth also had a new outfit, which made Meliodas very pleased. They thought she had completed the challenge. But, it turned out Elizabeth had failed. Meanwhile, Zaneri saw Meliodas comforting Elizabeth, which made her jealous, because she also liked Meliodas. After that, Meliodas's group left. Jenna realized that Zaneri had not put the seed into the cup for Elizabeth. It turned out that Zaneri did not want Meliodas to continue suffering from the death of their princess. Because Elizabeth was the reincarnation of Liz. At this point, Meliodas wondered about Hawk's shape. It turned out that he had eaten a dragon before, which is why Hawk had this shape. He could even breathe fire and fly. Suddenly, Gil asked Hawk about Meliodas's current power level. So, Hawk checked, which surprised everyone, because Meliodas's power level was 32,000. At this point, Meliodas decided to go find the last member of the 7 deadly sins. Because that person was stronger than Meliodas. Meanwhile, Melascula was summoning the souls of the dead, and bringing them back to life. Surprisingly, Elaine was resurrected, which shocked Gerhed. Suddenly, she attacked everyone, because she wanted Ban to belong to her alone. And she changed her dress to black. At this point, Helbron realized, someone was resurrecting the dead. But, their souls were all corrupted. So, King decided to investigate. Meanwhile, Ban had buried his foster father. Suddenly, Elaine appeared and attacked Jericho. Fortunately, Ban pushed her away. He saw Elaine, which surprised him, and they kissed, surprising Jericho. But, Elaine quickly knocked Jericho back. It turned out Elaine saw Jericho as her enemy, because she wanted to take Ban from her. But, Ban immediately stopped Elaine. To his surprise, Elaine attacked him too, because he was constantly protecting Jericho. This made Elaine furious with jealousy. But, Jericho quickly stopped Elaine, and Jericho admitted that she loved Ban. She didn't want to see Ban get hurt. The two of them argued repeatedly. But, Jericho knew that Ban only loved Elaine. He had always tried everything to bring her back to life, which made Elaine suffer. Unexpectedly, she lost control. But, Ban immediately embraced Elaine and said, "I will always be yours." Thanks to this, Elaine calmed down. Suddenly, Elaine passed out. It turned out that Melascula and Galand had arrived. Melascula was the one controlling Elaine's soul, which made Ban furious. He decided to fight back against them. However, Galand attacked Ban, believing he had killed him. But, Ban immediately regenerated, surprising Galand. Galand continued to attack, thinking Ban only had immortality. Galand challenged Ban to attack him back. But, Ban stole all of Galand's power, which boosted Ban's strength. Ban then defeated Galand effortlessly. Seeing this, Melascula decided to act. She used her cocoon of darkness to trap Ban, as she aimed to steal his soul. Ban's soul began to leave his body. Just as Melascula was about to absorb Ban's soul, Elaine intervened. But, Galand caught him and consumed his soul instead, leaving Elaine in despair. It made Jericho angry, decided to take revenge on Ban's behalf. Unexpectedly, Ban was still fine. He attacked with full force, aiming for their hearts, realizing he was not strong enough to defeat them just yet. So, he immediately ran away. At this moment, Ban was exhausted. It turned out that his adoptive father had transferred his soul to Ban earlier. And he asked Jericho to take Elaine away. But, she decided to save both of them. So, She tried to run away. Suddenly, a large rock flew towards her. It turned out Galand was playing with them. This made Jericho worried. When they were in danger, Jericho threw Ban and Elaine away. This caused her to be seriously injured. But she still tried to carry Ban and Elaine. This moved Elaine. At this point, they had escaped into a cave. Suddenly, she saw a tavern, which surprised the tavern owner. Because there were guests today. So, she asked him for help. But, as soon as he saw Ban, it shocked him, and Ban told him that everyone was still safe. So, he was relieved. Then, Escanor took them into a secret room. At this moment, Galand and Melascula had also found the tavern, which scared Escanor. Galand sees the wine, which makes him very pleased. So, he and Melascula immediately drank all the wine in the shop, because the wine was very good. Suddenly, Galand suggested playing a game with him. He and Escanor would each strike the other once, until one of them dies, causing Escanor to faint in fear. At this moment, Ban realized that it was already morning. Suddenly, Galand saw a beautiful hammer. But, the hammer was very heavy. He couldn't lift it. Unexpectedly, Escanor woke up and grabbed the hammer, while his muscles were still growing larger, which surprised Galand. Escanor said, "I am the one who stands above all races. Lion's sin of pride." Escanor. This made them excited, because Escanor is a member of the 7 deadly sins. But, they still looked down on him. Unexpectedly, Escanor defeated Galand, which shocked Melascula. But, Galand immediately recovered. This made him very angry. So, he released all his power. And his power level was raised to 40,000. Then, he attacked Escanor with a powerful blow. Suddenly, Merlin sensed Escanor's location, and his current power had increased to 60,000. While Galand's attack only caused a slight scratch on him, which shocked Galand. But, he still wanted to fight Escanor. As he prepared to attack, it made Galand scared and he fled, which turned him into stone. It turned out he had applied the truth curse to the game. It was Melascula's turn. She used the cocoon of darkness technique, and she pushed his soul out of his body. But, when Melascula consumed Escanor's soul, it caused her body to ignite in flames. It turned out Escanor's power was sunshine. Jericho saw him defeat 2 members of the 10 Commandments by himself, which surprised her. By evening, Escanor returned to being a weak person. It turned out Escanor was only strong in the morning, which surprised Jericho. She didn't expect this to be the strongest member of the 7 deadly sins. Suddenly, King arrived as well. He saw Elaine, which surprised him, while Diane was being taught to dance by Matrona. But, her dancing was very bad. At this moment, Diane was very happy because Matrona was still alive, and she had married a human. It turned out that Matrona's husband was the one who saved her. When Matrona asked about the ones who had attacked her, it made Diane scared. So, Matrona decided to continue teaching Diane to dance, to help her become stronger. It turned out that it was a sacred dance from their giant tribe. It could help them connect with nature. But, Diane still couldn't feel anything. Suddenly, she received a flyer. It turned out that a great fight festival was coming up. The winner would have 1 wish granted, which excited Meliodas. Everyone realized that it was a trap set by the 10 Commandments. But, Meliodas saw that he was free. So he decided to join, which surprised everyone. It turned out that Gloxinia and Droll were organizing this festival, because they were sure Meliodas would come. While Diane was trying to practice dancing, it made her very excited, because she felt her body was blending into the earth. Suddenly, Matrona's 2 children were attacked by demons, which caused them to be severely injured. So, Matrona decided to participate in the Great Fight Festival, because she thought the wish could save Zalpa's 2 children. Thus, Zalpa asked Diane to watch over Matrona, while Gloxinia and Droll were still waiting for everyone to arrive. At this moment, Diane and Matrona arrived, and they saw a gigantic maze. She realized that only members of the giant tribe could create such a maze. So, she tried to break it. But, the maze immediately regenerated. Diane couldn't jump up to find an exit. Gloxinia saw that there were many people participating, which excited him, while Diane was too focused on playing. She realized she had lost track of Matrona. At this moment, Diane was very worried. Suddenly, she saw Hawk, which made her crave roast pork. Elizabeth saw Diane, which made her very happy. But Diane had lost all her memories. So, she couldn't remember them, and she immediately chased Elizabeth away. But Elizabeth was determined to follow Diane. Suddenly, they fell into a trap. Fortunately, Diane was able to save Elizabeth in time. After that, Diane continued to search for Matrona. But she was attacked by a swarm of insects on her legs, which made her very scared. So, Elizabeth helped Diane. Thanks to that, Diane escaped from the insects. Diane didn't understand why Elizabeth saved her. She said, "Because we are friends." So, Diane began to trust Elizabeth. Suddenly, many Meliodas clones appeared. Hawk realized they were all fake. So, he quickly took Elizabeth and ran. Fortunately, Gil and Hauser appeared just in time to help them. It turned out that Meliodas' group had entered the maze together earlier. But they got separated. Suddenly, Hawk was bitten on the nose by a monster, which made Hawk angry. So, Hawk ate it. This allowed Hawk to transform. And he also gained the monster's abilities. Unexpectedly, a larger monster appeared, and it began chasing Hawk. Fortunately, Gil and Hauser attacked it. After that, Diane also attacked it, but the monster immediately counterattacked them. Suddenly, the monster was frozen. Gil realized that this person had saved them. It turned out there were many powerful participants in the Great Fight Festival. While Meliodas was eating with Arthur, suddenly, he met Ban again, which made them very happy. But Arthur saw them as if they were fighting. Ban realized that Meliodas had become much stronger. At that moment, Ban told Meliodas about Elaine, which surprised him. Meliodas was happy to meet his lover again. But Ban still felt guilty, because he had planned to kill Meliodas. However, Meliodas didn't care about that, and they decided to leave the maze together. So, both of them released their powers, and they broke through the wall. Thanks to that, everyone reunited, and they arrived at the center of the festival. Everyone saw Meliodas' group, which surprised them, while King and Elaine were surprised. They stared at Gloxinia and Droll. Gloxinia was very excited. He told Droll to create a battlefield for them, and Gloxinia would kill all the remaining people trapped in the maze. King realized that the magic he was using belonged to the fairy clan, and King knew his true identity. It turned out that Gloxinia was the first king of the Fairy King's forest. King didn't understand why he joined the demon clan. At this moment, Gowther also appeared. He accidentally bumped into Escanor, which caused the glasses Merlin gave him to break. At this point, they started the first match. Everyone would form teams of 2 to fight against others. Meliodas and Ban were one team. Then there was King and Diane. But only Escanor teamed up with Hawk. Unexpectedly, Elizabeth and Elaine also had to fight, which made Meliodas and Ban angry. But Elizabeth and Elaine were confident that they would be fine. So, Meliodas and Ban felt reassured. Suddenly, these two attacked Elizabeth. Thus, Elaine pushed them back, which made Elizabeth happy, because Elaine was very strong. But they were still attacked, which caused Elizabeth to fall. This guy tried to ambush Elaine, but he was immediately defeated by her. Surprisingly, Elizabeth wasn't hurt at all, and she healed her opponent, which made Elaine admire Elizabeth, because she was very kind, while Meliodas and Ban were being attacked by these two demons. But neither of them cared about them. Meliodas and Ban started fighting, which made the two demons powerless. By accident, they also won, while King and Diane were fighting Gloxinia and Droll's puppets, which caused King to have a nosebleed, because Diane was protecting him. But their puppets were very strong, and they knocked Diane down. Suddenly, King saw that this girl looked very much like Gerhed, but he didn't have time to wonder about it. So, King started attacking them, which surprised Diane. Unexpectedly, King's stuffed bear was torn. So, Diane blocked the attack to help him. When Diane was in danger, King released his power to protect Diane, which made Gloxinia excited. So, King controlled the stuffed bear to attack. Although he had defeated Droll's puppet, King was gradually losing strength. Suddenly, Diane was captured. So, King protected her, and King decided to use his strongest move. He defeated Gloxinia's puppet, which surprised him. She saw that King was exhausted. Diane didn't understand why King wanted to protect her. Suddenly, Droll's puppet returned. This time, Diane decided to protect King. So, she created 2 golems. but they were destroyed by Droll. King told Diane to think about the people she trusted, which helped Diane realize. So, she created more golems. King thought there were no golems like him. But, Diane also created a puppet of King, which made him very happy, because she trusted King. But, the golems she created were still weaker than Droll's, which caused them to be destroyed. Only King's puppet remained. Unexpectedly, King's puppet was very strong, and they defeated Droll's puppet. On Denzel and the other Holy Knights' side, they realized that 10 Commandments had absorbed the souls of many people. Even Zeldris had taken over an entire kingdom. And Denzel also learned some new information. Gowther was also one of the members of the 10 Commandments. While Gowther wanted to win this battle, so he could have a heart. It turned out that Gowther's opponent was Escanor and Hawk. But, Escanor didn't want to fight his teammates, while Jericho tried to stop Gowther. But, he defeated them. After that, Gowther controlled Escanor, and he put Escanor into a dream. It turned out that Escanor was once a prince. But, he was always bullied by his older brother, because their parents always loved Escanor more. Unexpectedly, Escanor's power erupted, so, everyone saw him as a monster, which caused Escanor to be hunted, forcing him to run away, until he met Merlin and Meliodas. Merlin wasn't afraid of Escanor's power, so, he began to love Merlin. At that moment, Gowther thought he had defeated him, but, Escanor saw Merlin as his sunshine, which helped Escanor's power to be released, which surprised Gowther, and he attacked Escanor. So, Escanor summoned his hammer, and created light similar to the sun. It surprised everyone. It turned out that Escanor's sacred treasure could help him release the temperature in his body. So, Gowther also used all his strength to attack Escanor, which created a huge explosion. Unexpectedly, Escanor was hit by Gowther's attack. So, Gowther won. Suddenly, Gowther realized Escanor never attacked him, because Escanor's attack was aimed at Gloxinia and Droll, which caused them to be seriously injured. So, Meliodas decided to end the festival. He attacked Droll. Everyone saw Meliodas' power, which surprised them. It turned out that Meliodas had always been waiting to destroy them, and Escanor had given him the perfect opportunity. While Gowther didn't understand why Escanor did that, Escanor always saw him as his teammate. Suddenly, Gloxinia healed his own wounds, while Droll had taken Meliodas' friends to threaten him. So, Meliodas decided to quickly defeat Droll. Unexpectedly, Gloxinia returned, but his armor was broken by Meliodas, which surprised him. Meliodas continued charging toward Gloxinia, but he attacked Meliodas with a powerful strike, causing everyone to worry, because they were hindering Meliodas. They needed to find a way to escape. Fortunately, this guy teleported everyone out, which left him exhausted. Meanwhile, Gloxinia healed Droll, but Meliodas immediately returned. Even more surprising, Meliodas' strength kept increasing, and he completely overwhelmed Gloxinia. Droll tried to stop Meliodas, but he counterattacked Droll with his Hellblaze technique. Unexpectedly, he turned his body into metal, but he was also exhausted. So, Gloxinia healed him. However, Meliodas didn't give them time to recover, while everyone realized they couldn't help Meliodas, because this battle was on a completely different level. At this point, Gloxinia and Droll realized that Meliodas was still incredibly powerful. In fact, he could become the successor to the Demon King. But Meliodas lacked the cruelty needed for that. When Meliodas was about to end them, suddenly, the members of the 10 Commandments gathered, and Meliodas faced Zeldris, which made everyone anxious. Unexpectedly, Zeldris cut off one of Meliodas' arms, and they proceeded to restrain Meliodas. But he immediately broke free. Next, Darieri attacked Meliodas. As long as she kept attacking, her strength would continue to increase. This caused Meliodas' arm to get injured. When Monspeed attacked Meliodas, he countered him back. Everyone realized Meliodas couldn't fight them alone, which made them very worried. Afterward, they all used their most powerful moves together, continuously attacking Meliodas. This left him severely injured. It turned out Meliodas had deliberately let them strike him, in order to use full counter. Seeing Meliodas' power made them start to fear him. But Estarossa easily blocked Meliodas' strongest attack, causing him to fall. Then, Esterosa began to torture Meliodas. While Melascula asked Gloxinia to heal her, her body started to recover. At this point, Esterosa revealed that Meliodas had once been the leader of the Ten Commandments. This shocked everyone, and he was the one worthy of inheriting the Demon King's power. Esterosa deeply admired Meliodas. Unexpectedly, Meliodas had betrayed the Demon Clan, which led to the destruction of the balance between the Demon Clan and the Goddess Clan. He thought that Meliodas would continue betraying the 7 deadly sins. At this moment, Melascula wanted to end Meliodas' life, which caused everyone to panic. Suddenly, they saw Ban holding Elaine, as he wanted to go rescue Meliodas. When Melascula was about to absorb Meliodas' soul, Ban appeared and dealt with her, surprising everyone. Meliodas scolded Ban for being a fool, for coming back here. Suddenly, Esterosa attacked Meliodas again, and he intended to destroy Meliodas' 7 hearts. But he was too strong, and Ban couldn't stop Esterosa. Even though Ban increased his strength, he couldn't do anything. In the end, Esterosa destroyed the 7 hearts of Meliodas and also dealt with Ban. Everyone saw that Meliodas had died, which caused them immense sorrow. So, the 10 Commandments left, and Elizabeth returned to Meliodas' side. It made her very heartbroken. The next morning, Elizabeth went to Matrona's place, and she healed Zalpa's 2 children, who then recovered. However, they realized that the Demon Clan was invading everywhere. So, King suggested that everyone go with him to Fairy King's forest, because he thought that would be the safest place. But Elizabeth decided to stay behind, while also trying to stop the Demon Clan. Gowther had been captured, because they suspected him to be a member of the 10 Commandments. It turned out that Elaine had also disappeared after Ban killed Melascula. But that was a decision made by Ban and Elaine. At that moment, Elizabeth returned to reopen Meliodas' tavern. But she was still very clumsy. It turned out that she was still keeping Meliodas' body, as Elizabeth hoped that one day he would wake up. Meanwhile, Hawk had cleaned up the tavern. Suddenly, a holy knight entered, which scared Hawk. At that moment, Elizabeth realized that he was the great holy knight, Zaratros, surprising everyone, because he had been dead before. It turned out that Hendrickson had poisoned him with a cake. That's why he had been resurrected temporarily by Hendrickson and Dreyfus. At that moment, he realized he had only been temporarily revived. Elizabeth thought it was Melascula's ability, so Elaine would still be alive. After that, Elizabeth led Zaratros to meet Meliodas, making her very sad, because she had so many things she wanted to say to him. Suddenly, Zaratros began performing a ritual, allowing Elizabeth to see Meliodas' memories. They were transported back to the past, when Meliodas had just destroyed a kingdom after Liz's death. Suddenly, they saw Meliodas holding a baby. It turned out that the baby was Elizabeth. When Zaratros tried to touch the baby, Meliodas stopped him. After that, the king adopted Elizabeth, and she became the 3rd princess of the Leon's kingdom. Therefore, Meliodas decided to become a holy knight, because he wanted to protect Elizabeth. Then, Meliodas, along with Merlin, formed the 7 deadly sins, in preparation for the battle against the 10 Commandments. Time passed, and Meliodas and Zaratros drank together. When Meliodas revealed that he had carried a curse for 3,000 years, Meliodas also promised Elizabeth that he would always survive and stay by her side. At this point, they returned to the present. Elizabeth was very happy, because she believed that Meliodas would keep his promise to her. At that moment, Meliodas' soul was in purgatory, and he was talking with the Demon King. The Demon King said that Meliodas wouldn't be able to defeat the commandments of Esterosa and Zeldris. But the Demon King had placed a curse on Meliodas, which would allow him to come back to life infinitely. The Demon King criticized Meliodas, saying that he went from being a strong and cruel person to becoming weak because of a woman for 3,000 years. Every time Meliodas died, he would be sent to purgatory, and his emotions would gradually be eaten away. It turned out that the Demon King wanted to turn his son back into the ruthless person he once was. In the Leon's kingdom, they realized that the 10 Commandments had arrived. Meanwhile, Ban's group was stopping Esterosa, but they had lost all their strength. It turned out that Esterosa's commandment, love, would make anyone with hatred towards him become powerless. Suddenly, Escanor appeared. surprising Estarossa. Escanor wasn't affected by Estarossa's commandment. Estarossa saw Escanor's arrogance, and found it very amusing. So, he immediately attacked him. Estarossa thought he had defeated Escanor. Suddenly, Escanor counterattacked, knocking Estarossa down, surprising Zeldris and Frodrin. But, Estarossa drew his weapon, deciding to fight seriously against Escanor. As Escanor attacked, unexpectedly, he was injured. Everyone realized that this was Meliodas' full counter technique. But, his ability was to counter physical attacks. Escanor, however, was thrilled. He created a miniature sun, causing everything around him to melt due to the intense heat. Then, Escanor launched an attack that sent Estarossa flying out of the kingdom. It caused an entire large lake to evaporate. Although Estarossa was severely injured, he was still able to get up, and he immediately healed his wounds. Escanor continued to attack, but he was hit by full counter, injuring him as well. Yet, Escanor kept growing stronger, leaving Estarossa in shock. Escanor decided to finish the fight. So, he attacked Estarossa with a powerful blow. It caused him and Zeldris to fly very far away. On the side of Gil's group, they were being attacked by other holy knights. It turned out that they were being controlled. Montspeed advised Gil's group to surrender. Suddenly, Denzel appeared. He decided to use a secret technique he had been studying. This surprised everyone, as he was sacrificing himself to summon a goddess. The goddess entered Denzel's body. But, she soon realized that the 10 Commandments were before her. This caused the goddess to panic, and she fled. However, 2 demons blocked her way. The goddess quickly destroyed them. It turns out the powers of the goddess and demon counter each other. So, Darieri chased after the goddess. But, her power was not enough to stop Darieri. Eventually, Darieri killed the goddess, shocking everyone. At this point, the 10 Commandments had taken control of the palace. Elizabeth and Zaratros were rushing back, as Elizabeth also wanted to fight and protect the people. Suddenly, a horde of demons noticed them. Hawk's mother defeated them effortlessly, and Hawk unintentionally transformed. Soon after, Darieri and Montspeed found Elizabeth. Zaratros tried to stop Darieri. He was easily pushed back by Darieri. Unexpectedly, Elizabeth used her power to stop Darieri. This made Darieri angry. When she was about to kill Elizabeth, Meliodas appeared and defeated Darieri, making Elizabeth very happy, because Meliodas had returned. Zaratros saw Meliodas, which also made him very happy. Suddenly, Darieri returned and attacked Hawk's mother, causing the tavern to collapse, and she also kicked Hawk away. So, Meliodas fought Darieri, but she was no match for Meliodas. Montspeed also helped Darieri. So, Meliodas used full counter, and he defeated them. On the royal palace side, Frodrin and Greyroad had taken over the palace, causing everyone to worry, because he planned to turn everyone into demons. But, they couldn't attack Greyroad, because his commandment was pacifism, which allowed him to take their lifespan. Fortunately, Merlin appeared, and she easily blocked their attacks. Greyroad was surprised, because she could resist his commandments. It turned out that her hobby was experiments and knowledge. So, she had studied everything in this world. Therefore, Merlin's power was infinity, which shocked everyone, because they thought she was hacking the game. When they learned she was the daughter of Belialoween, Frodrin and Greyroad were terrified. So, Greyroad fled, but Merlin created a massive whirlwind, and she trapped him in a jar. However, Frodrin escaped, and he was stopped by Hendrickson. Hendrickson attacked Frodrin to regain Dreyfus' body, but Frodrin was too strong. Fortunately, Zaratros arrived, which surprised them, because they thought Zaratros was dead. So, Zaratros and Hendrickson cooperated to attack Frodrin. At this moment, Zaratros overpowered Frodrin. Suddenly, Hawk was thrown here, which surprised Frodrin. When Frodrin was distracted by Hawk, Zaratros captured him, and he sacrificed himself to push Frodrin out of Dreyfus' body, causing Frodrin to reveal his true form. When he was about to continue taking control of Dreyfus' body, he accidentally saw Griamore, which distracted him, and he was attacked by Dreyfus with a powerful blow. While Griamore was very happy, because he had reunited with his father. In the end, they escaped Frodrin's control, which made them very happy. But, Zaratros had also fulfilled his wish. So, he was able to leave. Unexpectedly, Fraudrin was still alive, and he had grown even larger, which made Dreyfus worried. Suddenly, Fraudrin was attacked, and everyone realized it was Meliodas, which surprised them, because Meliodas was still alive, and he kept attacking Fraudrin. But Fraudrin believed Meliodas couldn't defeat him. Merlin realized it was just a clone of him, and Meliodas' current power was 60,000, which terrified Fraudrin. Unexpectedly, Meliodas completely overpowered Fraudrin, causing him to shrink in size. Fraudrin realized that Meliodas' strength had returned to its former level. But Ban noticed something strange about Meliodas, because Meliodas was acting more ruthlessly than before. At this moment, Meliodas continuously insulted Fraudrin, which made him angry. So, he decided to sacrifice himself to create an explosion that would destroy this kingdom. But Meliodas remained calm, while everyone else was worried. Suddenly, Fraudrin remembered his memories with Griamore. Even though he was only pretending to be his father, he had come to see Griamore as his own son. Suddenly, Griamore hugged Fraudrin, and he created a barrier to ask Fraudrin to stop, which made Dreyfus very worried. Unexpectedly, Fraudrin decided to stop, and he promised not to kill anyone, which made Griamore very happy. At this point, Fraudrin asked Meliodas to kill him. Unexpectedly, Meliodas mercilessly ended his life, which shocked everyone. Finally, the battle ended. In the afternoon, Merlin met Escanor, and at this moment, everyone felt that Meliodas was very strange. Merlin said that he had been cursed by the demon Cain, allowing him to be resurrected endlessly. But every time he is resurrected, Meliodas would gradually return to his old self, until he becomes the most evil person. At this moment, Meliodas was alone, grilling meat. Suddenly, Elizabeth found him. She realized that Meliodas was in great pain, because he feared he would become his former self again. But if he didn't return to his old self, he wouldn't be able to protect Elizabeth. So, she hugged him and comforted Meliodas. The next morning, everything returned to normal. It turned out that Merlin had used magic to rebuild everything. At this point, Ban also began to act normally towards Meliodas, which made Meliodas very happy. So, they all returned to the tavern together. Merlin realized that they still had to continue fighting Zeldris, along with the other members of the 10 Commandments. But Meliodas believed that, when all the members of the 7 deadly sins gathered, they would be able to defeat the 10 Commandments. At this moment, the demons are capturing humans to collect their souls, making them terrified. Suddenly, Meliodas and Ban appeared. They immediately joined forces to destroy the demons, helping the people escape. Very quickly, they defeated the demons. The next morning, the people were still working together to rebuild the kingdom, because after the previous battle with the demon clan, half of the Leon's kingdom had been destroyed. At this moment, Ban was happy to still be fighting alongside Meliodas. But he realized Meliodas's power was no longer the same as before, because the stronger he became, the faster his emotions would disappear. So, Elizabeth promised that no matter what happened, she would always stay by Meliodas's side. At this moment, Meliodas told Ban that their mission was to rescue the kingdom of Camelot from the demons. On Zeldris's side, one of the 10 Commandments, he was occupying Camelot Castle, and he was waiting for Esterosa to recover after the battle with Escanor. Because Zeldris realized 3 members of the 10 Commandments had been defeated by the 7 deadly sins. Meanwhile, Esterosa was still reminiscing about Meliodas. At this moment, the demons were still capturing people for Zeldris. Suddenly, a young boy stepped forward to stop one of the demons. Even though he was no match for the demons, he still refused to give up, because he believed in Meliodas. When the demon was about to kill him, suddenly, the people also started to resist. This made the demon furious. So, he attacked them and captured the boy. As he was about to kill him, suddenly, the 7 deadly sins appeared. Surprising him, Meliodas and Ban easily defeated 2 demons. One demon kept attacking Escanor, but he only felt like the demon was giving him a massage. So, Escanor instantly defeated it. Merlin discovered that this demon could absorb power, but she still easily defeated it. At this moment, the demon called for reinforcements. A group of demons arrived and attacked the 7 deadly sins together. However, Meliodas used his full counter technique, and he defeated the demons with a single strike, bringing great joy to the people. After that, Elizabeth healed everyone's wounds. At this moment, Hawk showed Meliodas's group their new tavern. This made everyone very excited. It turned out that the king had funded the construction of the tavern. After that, the king gathered all the holy knights of the kingdom, because he wanted to appoint a new great holy knight. This made Hauser very happy. He thought that Dreyfus and Hendrickson would become the great holy knight. Unexpectedly, the king appointed Hauser. This shocked him. Although this was only a temporary position, he promised to do his best. This made everyone very happy. At this moment, Bartra told Meliodas that he had prophesied this morning that the 7 deadly sins would reunite once again. It turned out that King and Diane had returned together to the Fairy King's forest, because they believed Meliodas had died in the battle against the 10 Commandments. And since the kingdom of Leones was still being attacked by demons, King decided to search for Gloxinia and Droll, because they were the first kings of the Fairy Clan and the Giant Clan. But King didn't understand why they had joined the Demon Clan. Meanwhile, Gerhed felt like someone was watching her. At this moment, Diane had returned to Matrona's place, and they all started dancing together. Gerhed saw everyone having fun, which reminded her of her brother. Suddenly, Gloxinia appeared. When everyone woke up, they realized that King and Diane had disappeared. It turned out that they had been summoned to this place by Gloxinia and Droll. This surprised both of them. So, King and Diane decided to fight them to escape from this place. Suddenly, Gloxinia attacked King. He quickly blocked Gloxinia's attack. Meanwhile, Diane kept attacking Droll, but his body was too tough. Diane couldn't hurt him, so she created giant arms to attack Droll. Unexpectedly, Droll dodged them with ease. Diane realized that he was dancing. At this moment, Droll told Diane that strength didn't come from muscles, but the power of the giant clan came from channeling energy from the earth. And then he defeated her. King was also defeated by Gloxinia. He mocked King for still not having grown his wings, meaning he couldn't use the true power of the spirit spear. King thought they were going to die here. Unexpectedly, Gloxinia healed both of them, helping their wounds recover. This left King confused about what Gloxinia and Droll really wanted. Gloxinia said that he would train them, because they were still too weak. This surprised King and Diane. Droll explained that they were once the Fairy King and the Giant King, and they had fought against the Demon Clan, but for some reason, they had to decide to become demons. Gloxinia said that their test would help King and Diane grow stronger. If they failed, both of them would die. Unexpectedly, King and Diane immediately agreed. So, Gloxinia started their test. When King woke up, he realized that he had become Gloxinia. Meanwhile, Diane had transformed into Droll. This made her nervous. They didn't know where they were. Suddenly, Meliodas appeared, surprising them, because they thought Meliodas had died a month ago. Unexpectedly, he didn't recognize their names either, and he thought they were Gloxinia and Droll. Elizabeth also arrived, shocking them both, because she was from the goddess clan. At this moment, King realized that this was Britannia from 3,000 years ago, and they were inside Gloxinia and Droll's memories. Suddenly, they saw the demon clan attacking humans. Even these demons were very strong, which made King worried. But Meliodas easily defeated them. Suddenly, they encountered Kalmadios, and he was the piety of the 10 Commandments. King realized they were no match for him. When they were about to run away, Meliodas reminded them not to flee to avoid activating his curse. But he attacked Diane, so King immediately attacked him. King realized that Gloxinia's body was incredibly strong. Diane was also unaffected by his attack. So, they decided to fight together. Outside, Helbram was trying to wake King up. But Gloxinia said their souls were no longer there, and they wouldn't wake up until they completed the test. At this moment, King and Diane worked together to capture Kalmadios. When he attacked them, Meliodas used full counter, forcing him to flee. Thanks to that, everyone was safe. At this moment, they met a man named Ru. He invited them to join the Stigma Alliance. It was an alliance of the Goddess Clan, the Giant Clan, the Fairy Clan, and humans. So, Meliodas agreed to join. At this moment, they arrived at Stigma's base, and they met Ludochel. He was one of the 4 archangels. This surprised King and Diane. Ludochel said that the Holy War was nearing its end, which made Elizabeth happy. She thought they would be able to live in peace with the Demon Clan. But Ludochel said that the Demon Clan would be wiped out. At this moment, Rue approached Meliodas to talk. He realized that Meliodas was from the Demon Clan, because normal humans couldn't have the same strength as him. But he also realized that Meliodas was a good person. So, Rue befriended Meliodas. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was scolding Ludochel because he wanted to exterminate the entire Demon Clan. He even declared it in front of Meliodas. But Ludochel said that he would never see himself as equal to demons, because the Demon Clan was disgusting. This made Elizabeth angry, and she walked away. Meanwhile, King and Diane realized that Ludochel possessed terrifying power. He might even be stronger than the 10 Commandments. Suddenly, King met Gerhed, surprising him, because Gerhed was Gloxinia's younger sister. King asked her about the magical power behind the forest. It turned out that Ludochel had captured many demons to use as bait. At this moment, a large number of demons gathered. King didn't understand what Ludochel wanted to do. So, Meliodas wanted to go and talk to the 10 Commandments. King and Diane also wanted to follow him. But King was worried that no one would protect the forest. Fortunately, Rue promised to help King. So, King felt relieved and entrusted the forest and his sister to Rue. Suddenly, Elizabeth stopped the 10 Commandments. They wanted the Goddess clan to release their captured friends. However, Elizabeth knew nothing about this. They even demanded that Elizabeth hand over Meliodas. But she refused and said, "Meliodas is everything to me." Suddenly, a massive barrier created by Ludochel appeared. Inside, many demon prisoners were held. Derrieri's older sister was among them. Shockingly, Ludochel exterminated all of them. This shocked everyone. Derrieri became furious and attacked Elizabeth. Suddenly, 2 more members of the 4 archangels appeared. They quickly healed Elizabeth's wounds. The 10 Commandments saw the 2 members of the 4 archangels, which excited them. At this moment, Tarmiel and Sariel believed that they could wipe out the 10 Commandments in just 10 seconds. So, they unleashed their attack, Omega Arc. They created massive spheres of light that trapped the demons. It made the demons disappear when they thought they had already won. Surprisingly, the 10 Commandments were still alive. They immediately launched an attack on Sariel. Meanwhile, Derrieri relentlessly punched Tarmiel. But no matter how much they attacked, Tarmiel kept regenerating. On Ludocel's side, he realized it was time for him to join the battle. As soon as he left, his assistant was brainwashed by Gowther. She now followed Gowther's commands. Thus, she led him to the gate of heaven. Meanwhile, the battle between the 4 archangels and the 10 Commandments grew fiercer. Both sides suffered injuries. Suddenly, Ludochel arrived. He easily defeated Derrieri and Monspeet. Realizing how powerful Ludochel was, Derrieri and Monspeet made a crucial decision. They decided to unleash their true power. This was the forbidden magic of the Demon Clan, called Endura. Immediately, Derrieri launched a devastating attack on Ludochel, sending him flying. When Ludochel retaliated, surprisingly, Derrieri and Monspeet remained unharmed. This astonished the 4 archangels. Tarmiel and Sariel were quickly defeated. Meanwhile, Meliodas was rushing toward the 10 Commandments. Ludochel was furious. He had been injured. At that moment, Meliodas saw Elizabeth. She was protected by a barrier. Diane couldn't break through it. But Meliodas still tried to reach through the barrier to save Elizabeth. Finally, she woke up. Elizabeth felt guilty. So, she decided to stop this battle. Meanwhile, Ludochel was still fighting Derrieri and Monspeet. Elizabeth arrived to intervene. Diane didn't understand their monstrous forms. Meliodas explained. This was their Endura form activated by sacrificing 6 hearts. They would destroy everything until they died. Diane was worried. Suddenly, Elizabeth unleashed her power. She used the light of salvation to attack them. Even though Ludochel tried to stop her, Elizabeth was determined to save them. When he was about to strike, Meliodas blocked his attack, giving Elizabeth the chance to purify Derrieri and Monspeet. Suddenly, Tarmiel and Sariel arrived. Ludochel thought they would help him. Unexpectedly, they helped Elizabeth instead. Thus, she was able to save Derriere and Monspeet. At this moment, everyone felt at ease. But Elizabeth was exhausted. When Ludochel continued his attack, he was immediately stopped by King and Diane. This annoyed Ludochel. Meliodas also thanked Tarmiel and Sariel, but they said they only helped Elizabeth. At this moment, Ludochel secretly contacted his assistant to summon Mael through the heavenly gate. However, she was being controlled by Gowther. When she regained consciousness, she saw Gowther and Melascula in front of the gate. At this moment, Gerhed was worried about her brother. So, Rue comforted her, helping her feel at ease. As everyone prepared to fight against the 10 Commandments, suddenly, Rue attacked them, shocking Gerhed. At this moment, the Fairy Clan and Giant Clan realized that humans had betrayed them. Rue declared that their goal was to kill everyone here. King realized something was wrong. So, he and Diane immediately returned. Suddenly, King collided with Gowther. This surprised them, because Gowther was a member of the 10 Commandments. But, they realized everyone was in danger. So, they had to return immediately. However, Gowther stopped them. At that moment, King told Gowther that they came from 3,000 years in the future. This intrigued him. Meanwhile, Melascula successfully opened the Demon Clan's gate. But, she realized she had opened the wrong gate. This made her furious, because she had been manipulated by Gowther into opening the gate to Purgatory. It turned out this was Gowther's plan all along, because the real Gowther was actually imprisoned inside Purgatory. So, he continued to control Melascula, while Melascula was shocked, because it was the first time she saw Gowther's true form, and he was the selflessness of the 10 Commandments. At that moment, Gowther also told King and Diane. It turned out he had been imprisoned by the Demon King for 500 years. So, he created a puppet to communicate with the outside world. This surprised them, because this Gowther was just a puppet. Suddenly, the real Gowther appeared before King and Diane. This shocked them. He said that the puppet was no different from himself. And Gowther told them, humans were rebelling. This surprised both of them. And the humans had planned to use the Demon Clan to infiltrate their alliance with Sariel. But, King didn't believe Gowther, because he thought Gowther was the one using everyone to escape from Purgatory. However, Gowther said, his goal was freedom and to end the Holy War. Diane felt that he wasn't a bad person. So, she wanted to talk more with Gowther, while King continued heading back. At that moment, Gowther realized that King and Diane were lovers. This made her embarrassed, and Diane told him that in the future, the Holy War had ended. So, Gowther felt relieved, because his death was not in vain. This surprised her, because if he died, what would happen to the puppet Gowther? Suddenly, he gave an order to the puppet. From now on, Gowther would be free and have his own life. Unexpectedly, the puppet cried. This surprised Diane, because the puppet had emotions of its own. But, Gowther said he was not just a puppet, because inside him was a heart created by Gowther. And he told Diane, when they returned, they should continue being friends with Gowther, to help him not lose his way. So, Diane agreed. This made Gowther very happy. And he gave Diane a gift. Meanwhile, King was worried about Gerhed. Suddenly, he realized, protecting Gerhed was his responsibility, because Gloxinia had failed to protect his sister. At that moment, Rue had killed everyone. This shocked them, because Rue was just an ordinary human. But, he didn't want to kill Gloxinia. Suddenly, she was attacked by others. They even crippled her by taking both her legs. This made Rue furious. So, he killed them to protect Gerhed. It turned out Rue's former lover resembled Gerhed. But, she had died due to the conflict between races. So, he decided to take revenge for his lover. At that moment, Gerhed was very happy, because she was in Rue's arms. This made her feel warm. So, he would heal her. Suddenly, King returned. He saw Gerhed injured. This made him furious. He didn't even listen to Gerhed's explanation. King immediately attacked Rue. Meanwhile, Rue was not worried at all, because he had already accepted his death. Suddenly, King stopped, because he remembered Ban and Elaine. So, King decided not to kill him. But in reality, Gloxinia had killed Rue in the past. Suddenly, King woke up. Gloxinia also learned about King's decision. This made him feel terrible, because he had killed Rue and joined the 10 Commandments. Gloxinia didn't understand why King didn't kill Rue. It turned out King realized that Gerhed loved Rue, just like Elaine loved Ban. At that moment, Gloxinia said that everything King saw was real, and if he died in that world, King would never be able to return. But he had passed the trial. At that moment, Diane still hadn't woken up. This made King worried. Meanwhile, Diane was still talking with Gowther. Suddenly, they sensed a very powerful magic energy. It turned out that Zeldris had arrived. He ordered Gowther to return to Purgatory. Otherwise, Gowther would be executed. But Diane attacked Zeldris, and she told Gowther to run ahead, because Droll's body was very strong, so she could hold him off. Then, Diane began attacking Zeldris, but he dodged all of her attacks. Suddenly, Zeldris counterattacked. This caused Diane to fall. She realized she could no longer use magic. It turned out that Zeldris had sealed her power. At that moment, Diane realized Zeldris was much stronger than the other 10 commandments. It turned out Zeldris had borrowed the Demon King's power to deliver judgment. So, he was the embodiment of the Demon King. Zeldris asked her, "Do you want to become a member of the 10 commandments?" It turned out this was Diane's trial. She had to choose between death and becoming a 10 commandment. This made King worried, because no matter what she chose, she wouldn't be able to return. Meanwhile, Zeldris was telling the story of Droll's past. Because he was born with blue skin and 4 arms, Droll's power far exceeded that of others. So, he was always discriminated against by others. This made Diane remember her own past. So, Diane decided to make her choice. Meanwhile, King was worried. Suddenly, Diane woke up. This surprised them. Droll didn't know what Diane had chosen. It turned out she had run away. This shocked Droll. Diane saw that King was worried about her. So, she kissed King. At that moment, King was very happy. But he didn't understand why Diane kissed him. It turned out Gowther had helped her regain her childhood memories. King had kept his promise to always be by her side. So, Diane also promised to love King forever. Suddenly, Diane noticed small wings on King's back. This made him very happy, because he could now become a true fairy king. At that moment, Gloxinia reunited with his sister. This made her very happy, and she no longer hated Gloxinia for killing Rue. Suddenly, Oslo became angry at Gloxinia. It turned out Oslo was born after Rue's death, and he had always protected Gerhed. So, Gloxinia realized Oslo was actually the reincarnation of Rue. At that moment, King and Diane decided to return and regroup with the 7 deadly sins. So, they asked Oslo to take them there. Meanwhile, Meliodas' group was waiting. King and Diane returned. This made everyone very happy. Suddenly, King and Diane realized that Meliodas was still alive. So, they thought he was a ghost. But Meliodas explained that he had come back to life. Suddenly, Meliodas and Ban started teasing King about his small wings, saying it was like he had just hit puberty. This made King angry. Meanwhile, Diane told Gowther that she had regained her memories. This surprised Gowther, and she had promised Gowther's father that she would help him find his heart. At that moment, Bartra also arrived. He had found Gowther's heart. Suddenly, Gowther remembered something, so he ran off. They realized that Gowther was still troubled by something, so they decided to chase after him to help. At that moment, Meliodas' group was searching for Gowther. It turned out that Meliodas already knew Gowther was just a puppet, because Gowther's father was the selflessness of the 10 commandments. So, his memories and emotions had been taken away in purgatory. After that, Gowther created a puppet that looked like his girlfriend, to help him communicate with the outside world. At that moment, Gowther realized that he once had a heart, and he didn't understand why he had run away. Suddenly, Gowther's memories continued to return. It turned out that 45 years ago, when Gowther woke up, he met Nadia. She was a princess of the Leon's kingdom. This made her very curious about Gowther, because she didn't know if he was male or female. Suddenly, Gowther touched Nadia's chest, because females have chests. So, she immediately slapped him. After that, they talked to each other. When Nadia was about to leave, Gowther pulled her back, but Nadia promised to come back and visit Gowther again. When Nadia returned, Bartra came to pick her up. Nadia excitedly told Bartra that there was a huge area beneath the castle and a man. Meanwhile, Gowther had found his father, but he was already dead. This made Gowther cry. After Gowther buried him, Nadia came to see Gowther again. She gave Gowther her favorite book. Because she was not allowed to leave the castle. She could only read books. Unexpectedly, Gowther finished reading the book in an instant. And he immediately transformed into the main character. This surprised Nadia. She thought Gowther was a wizard. But Gowther said he was just a puppet created by a wizard. And he showed Nadia his heart. This heart was created from magic. Suddenly, Nadia had a heart attack and fainted. When she woke up, she realized she had returned to the castle. Bartrad told her that Gowther had brought her back. He immediately hugged Nadia. This made her embarrassed. In the following days, they became even closer. And he changed his appearance to match her favorite character. To communicate with her, Gowther said that he wanted to be with Nadia forever. This made her very happy. Because she had also fallen in love with Gowther. The next morning, Bartrad told Gowther he had dreamed of his sister passing away peacefully. So, Bartrad wanted Gowther to stay with her until her last moments. At this moment, Nadia's health was deteriorating. This made Gowther very sad. Because Gowther could live for thousands of years. But the people around him would eventually leave. Gowther told Nadia about his father. Before he passed away, he told Gowther to make his dream come true. But Gowther didn't know what his dream was. Nadia said, Gowther was already fulfilling his father's dream by experiencing this world, and he had also fulfilled her dream. After that, Nadia passed away. This left Gowther heartbroken. So, he decided to give Nadia his heart. But she still did not wake up. Suddenly, the guards rushed in. They were shocked because they thought Gowther had killed Nadia. After that, Gowther was sentenced to death. But only Bartrad knew the truth. He realized that his sister had passed away with a peaceful smile. At that moment, Gowther was overwhelmed with sorrow. So, he did not want to remember anything anymore. And he erased his own memories. Suddenly, Diane stopped Gowther. She did not allow Gowther to erase his memories anymore. At that moment, Gowther realized Diane's power had increased to 15,000, while King's power was 41,000. This surprised him. At this moment, Merlin realized Gowther always felt pain when remembering Nadia. And she told Gowther that this heart of his was not a magic heart. Because his heart had always been inside him. This shocked him. Suddenly, King noticed Gowther's power was increasing. It turned out he had always locked away his heart and memories. Finally, Gowther regained his emotions. This made everyone happy. At this moment, Merlin was still trying to find Arthur. Meanwhile, Diane told Elizabeth and Elaine that she had returned 3,000 years in the past. And she had met someone who looked exactly like Elizabeth. At this moment, Escanor and King realized Gowther was now more open in expressing his emotions. But King was drunk. So, Escanor and Gowther had to take him home. Suddenly, King accidentally dropped Escanor's glasses. This made him angry. Luckily, Gowther quickly threw the glasses back to Escanor. It turned out these glasses were a gift from Merlin. On Merlin's side, she was discovered by Zeldris. So, he immediately attacked her. This caused Merlin to be injured. At this moment, everyone was still having fun. But Escanor noticed Merlin was missing. Suddenly, Merlin arrived late. She explained that she had been conducting an experiment. With that, the 7 deadly sins were fully gathered. So, they raised their glasses together. At this moment, Diane didn't understand. How could Gowther's creator end the holy war? But Gowther was still unable to tell them. Meanwhile, Elizabeth wondered, why was there another Elizabeth 3,000 years ago with Meliodas? So, Meliodas teased her. But she said she would talk to him privately later. At this moment, Merlin reminded everyone the 10 commandments had not been completely eliminated. And Zeldris could attack them at any moment. So, Meliodas decided to liberate Camelot and fight against them. After that, Merlin wanted to rest early. But Meliodas noticed she was injured. Meliodas knew that her goal was to protect Arthur. The next morning, Elizabeth asked Meliodas about the girl who looked just like her 3,000 years ago. But Meliodas did not want to answer. Because he didn't want to lose Meliodas again. This made Elizabeth disappointed. So, she left. At this moment, Merlin had a high fever. Elizabeth used her power to heal her. Suddenly, she encountered Zeldris. He blamed her because she was still tormenting his brother. This surprised Elizabeth, and he told Elizabeth, 3,000 years ago, She had died, but she kept reincarnating and meeting Meliodas. This made her happy, because she was always with Meliodas. However, Zeldris became furious, and he expelled Elizabeth from his mind. Thanks to this, Merlin escaped from Zeldris's magic. But Meliodas felt something strange about Elizabeth. Then, Elizabeth told Diane, the Elizabeth from 3,000 years ago was actually herself. Meanwhile, Ban was worried, because he knew Elaine would leave him again. Meliodas said he understood that feeling. But Ban told Meliodas, you could never understand what it's like to watch your lover die twice before your eyes. Suddenly, Elizabeth started acting very strangely. This made everyone worried. Then, Elizabeth fainted. At this moment, Meliodas realized Elizabeth's memories were returning. This made Diane very happy. But Meliodas wasn't happy at all. Diane thought he was too heartless. So, Meliodas explained to everyone, if Elizabeth's memories returned, she would die in 3 days. This shocked everyone. Then, Meliodas told them everything. 3,000 years ago, Meliodas and Elizabeth were punished because he was from the demon clan, while Elizabeth was from the goddess clan. But they fell in love, so they were punished by the demon king and the supreme deity. However, Meliodas and Elizabeth still tried to resist. In the end, they failed. Meliodas thought he had died, but he was still alive. However, Elizabeth had died beside him. This made Meliodas extremely heartbroken. Time passed. Meliodas realized he couldn't age. Then, he traveled everywhere. Unexpectedly, Meliodas met Elizabeth again. This made him very happy. But Elizabeth had no memories of Meliodas. Until one day, her powers slowly returned. This made Meliodas very happy. So, he told Elizabeth everything, helping her recover her memories. At this moment, she told Meliodas, they were both cursed, one with eternal life, and one with perpetual reincarnation. 3 days later, Elizabeth died. This made Meliodas heartbroken. Then, she reincarnated again. Elizabeth would meet Meliodas and fall in love with him. But she would always die before his eyes. 3,000 years passed. Meliodas had witnessed Elizabeth's death 107 times. Then, he asked Merlin for help to break the curse. Merlin said only Zeldris, borrowing the demon king's power, could break their curse. But Meliodas thought this was too dangerous, because they needed to break the seal of the 10 Commandments. Accidentally, Fraudrin escaped from the seal. So, he sacrificed an entire kingdom to free the 10 Commandments, while Meliodas was searching for Liz. But Fraudrin found Liz first. He realized she was Elizabeth. So, he decided to sacrifice her. When Meliodas arrived, he saw Liz had been killed by Fraudrin. This made him furious, because Meliodas could no longer bear to see Elizabeth die before his eyes. He lost control and destroyed an entire kingdom. At that moment, Meliodas found the sealed sword, and he saw a woman holding a baby. That baby was the current Elizabeth. When everyone learned about Meliodas's past, they felt deeply saddened, and Meliodas's goal was to break the curse. So, their current mission was to reach the kingdom of Camelot. The next morning, they arrived. Suddenly, they saw Zeldris. He had been waiting for them all along. Meliodas immediately attacked Zeldris. At that moment, Merlin realized a magical barrier was covering the kingdom of Camelot. Meliodas thought he had killed Zeldris, but it was just Meliscula's illusion, and she captured Meliodas. Ban immediately chased after her, but she had already disappeared. At that moment, they entered the town. They discovered that the entire place was filled with human bones. Suddenly, the bones started moving. The skeletons surrounded and attacked the 7 deadly sins. So, they began fighting back. Meanwhile, Meliodas was trapped inside Meliscula's barrier. Melascula kept taunting Meliodas. This made him furious. It turned out she was using Meliodas's negative energy to empower the skeletons. At that moment, everyone realized the skeletons were getting stronger. This made the fight more difficult for the 7 deadly sins. So, King and Diane used their new powers to battle them. Suddenly, Escanor awakened his true strength, and he effortlessly destroyed the skeletons. This surprised Melascula. Meliodas said, "You underestimated the 7 deadly sins." Suddenly, she poured all the negative energy into one skeleton, turning it into a giant monster. But the skeleton couldn't handle it. because Meliodas' power was too overwhelming. Suddenly, Melascula used another technique. She manipulated Diane's mind. Elaine realized that everyone was in danger. Elizabeth said she would go with her. At that moment, Diane kept attacking everyone. Gowther saw that her power level had reached 48,000. Merlin said the only way was to kill her. But King immediately stopped them. Suddenly, Diane attacked King. So, Escanor stepped in to fight her. But Diane counterattacked. When Escanor was about to unleash his full power, Gowther thought of an idea. He entered Diane's mind. At that moment, Gowther saw Diane crying because she couldn't find King. But he was quickly pushed out. Melascula even forced Diane to attack herself. This worried everyone. Suddenly, Helbram appeared. He said all the hatred and sins in this place were his doing. It turned out Helbram had massacred the people here. So, Helbram decided to sacrifice himself to erase the hatred in this place. This made King heartbroken. However, Diane still hadn't regained consciousness. Fortunately, Elizabeth arrived. She purified the vengeful souls inside Diane. Thanks to that, Diane returned to normal. This surprised Melascula, because Elizabeth had awakened. Meanwhile, Meliodas realized he had no more time here, because Elizabeth would die in 3 days. After that, Elizabeth healed everyone, helping them recover. At that moment, Elizabeth saw that Merlin had grown up. This surprised her. It turned out that when Merlin was 12 years old, she saw Elizabeth as her older sister. Suddenly, Melascula appeared. She recognized Elaine as the one she had resurrected before. At that moment, Melascula decided to punish them all. So, she transformed into a giant snake. This shocked everyone. But Ban thought Melascula's form was too ugly. So, she attacked Ban. When she was about to swallow Ban, Elaine attacked her. However, Elaine was knocked back. Ban said her body was too weak to fight. But Elaine refused to give up. She said, "I will protect you." Unexpectedly, Elaine's power level rose to 21,000. This surprised everyone. Elizabeth said it was the power of love. It turned out that Elaine had grown wings. Suddenly, Meliodas destroyed her cocoon of darkness. This shocked Melascula. No one in the 10 Commandments had ever broken this technique before. Escanor sensed something was wrong. So, he stepped forward to face Meliodas. At that moment, Meliodas lost control, and he unleashed his full power. Melascula realized this was Meliodas' most terrifying state. Even the 10 Commandments feared it. Meliodas had completely transformed, and he declared, "I am the leader of the 10 Commandments." But Escanor remained arrogant, because he was confident in his strength. So, Escanor attacked Meliodas. But Meliodas easily blocked it. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was facing Melascula. Diane attacked her. This surprised Melascula, because Diane's strength felt like Droll's. Then, King also attacked her, wounding Melascula severely. Suddenly, Elaine was about to destroy her. This worried Ban, because if Melascula died, Diane would die too. Suddenly, Elizabeth purified Melascula. This forced her power to escape. In the end, Melascula turned into a small snake. So, Merlin sealed her away. Thanks to that, Elaine remained safe. Meanwhile, Escanor was still fighting Meliodas. But Meliodas was too strong, and he landed a direct stab on Escanor, wounding him. Everyone saw Escanor being defeated. This made them worried. Elizabeth told Merlin to remove the barrier. But Meliodas was out of control, and he could kill all of them. At that moment, noon arrived. So, Escanor immediately stood up, because his power continued to rise. Escanor unleashed his strength and attacked Meliodas. However, Meliodas still knocked him down. Gowther saw that Escanor's power level was 114,000, while Meliodas was 142,000. Merlin said that this form of Meliodas was the true leader of the 10 Commandments. However, Escanor refused to give up. He kept attacking Meliodas, but Meliodas blocked all of his strikes. Unexpectedly, Escanor's power was still rising, and Escanor landed a punch on Meliodas' face. However, Meliodas was still incredibly strong. He continued to overpower Escanor. At that moment, Merlin said, "In just 1 more minute, Escanor's power will reach its ultimate state." Suddenly, Escanor's body ignited in flames. This form was called the One. Meliodas found it amusing. He unleashed his power and attacked. But Escanor remained unscathed. With just a single hand, resembling a sword, Escanor injured Meliodas' body. This made Meliodas furious. In the end, Meliodas was defeated. So, Merlin removed the barrier. At that moment, everyone was finally safe. But Merlin was still worried. She feared that Meliodas would continue losing control. Meanwhile, Escanor tried to act tough. But as soon as Merlin lightly tapped him, he collapsed. This surprised everyone. So, they quickly treated both of them. Meanwhile, Ban felt weak, because he couldn't help at all. At that moment, Merlin said, "Meliodas is returning to the Meliodas of the past." Suddenly, he woke up. Fortunately, Merlin managed to knock him out in time. Merlin decided to imprison Meliodas. So, Elizabeth decided to be imprisoned with Meliodas. They realized they couldn't stop her. Merlin had no choice but to imprison them. At this moment, Merlin said they only had 3 days to rescue the kingdom of Camelot. While they waited for Meliodas and Escanor to recover, on Merlin's tracking bat's side, it had found Arthur, and Arthur led it down to a secret underground chamber. It turned out that all the people were there. Everyone found Orlandi very strange, which made them curious. Meanwhile, Arthur also had a cat named Kath. At this moment, Orlandi realized that Arthur intended to infiltrate the castle alone, which surprised it, because Zeldris was very strong. But Arthur said that he had to reclaim the Excalibur sword. Meanwhile, Zeldris was trying to pull up the sword, but he couldn't make it budge. Suddenly, the Demon King informed Zeldris Meliodas was about to awaken, and he would become the new Demon King. This shocked Zeldris, because he did not agree with this. But this was the Demon King's decision, and he ordered Zeldris to rescue Meliodas from the 7 deadly sins. After that, Zeldris immediately contacted the members of the 10 Commandments. But no one responded to him, because they had all been defeated. Only Monspeed and Derriere had escaped to a remote countryside. They felt that life there was very good. Derriere didn't understand why Meliodas didn't kill them. It turned out that a girl had saved both of them. When they fell into her house, she brought them food. At this moment, Zeldris saw no response. So, he thought the 10 Commandments had been defeated. Suddenly, Gloxinia and Droll responded to him. They declared that they would no longer obey him, and they would be Zeldris's enemies. Suddenly, the 10 Commandments mark on Gloxinia and Droll disappeared. So, they were no longer 10 Commandments. This made Zeldris furious. He decided to fight alone, to prove that he was worthy of becoming the Demon King. Suddenly, Chandler and Cusick appeared. It turned out they were high-ranking members of the Demon Clan. Cusick was Zeldris's master, and Chandler was Meliodas's master. When Chandler learned that the Demon King had ordered Meliodas's rescue, it made him very happy. So, Chandler immediately rushed to find Meliodas. Meanwhile, Cusick felt that Zeldris had more potential to be the Demon King than his older brother. So, he vowed to protect Zeldris. On the 7 deadly sins side, they sensed that a very powerful being was approaching. Suddenly, the entire sky turned black, surprising everyone. No one expected Chandler to have found Meliodas. He saw Elizabeth, which made him furious. So, he was determined to kill her. When Merlin attacked him, unexpectedly, he was able to use Meliodas's full counter, shocking Merlin and making her disappear. It turned out that Merlin had reverted to her true form, which amused Chandler. Fortunately, Diane managed to pull Elizabeth and Meliodas outside. At this moment, Chandler didn't understand why Gowther was also here. Gowther realized that he was Meliodas's master. Suddenly, Chandler proposed that they hand over Meliodas and Elizabeth to him, and he would spare them. But Diane immediately refused. He instantly shrank Diane, surprising everyone. Chandler told them that nighttime was when the Demon Clan's power increased. So, they would not be able to win. Chandler then summoned meteors to rain down and destroy everything. He thought he had already wiped them out. Unexpectedly, King and Gowther combined their powers. But Chandler was not worried at all. Gowther realized that he intended to use full counter. When they attacked him, unexpectedly, that attack was just a decoy, surprising Chandler. After that, King unleashed a real attack, blasting Chandler far away and creating a massive explosion. At this moment, Hawk thought they had won. Suddenly, many demons appeared, so King immediately attacked them, but he was countered by Chandler, injuring King and making him fall. It turned out the demons were just Chandler's illusions. At this moment, he mocked King, because that attack was not enough to kill him. After that, he also sealed Gowther, making him unable to move. When Chandler thought he was about to kill Elizabeth, Diane blocked his attack, so Chandler continued to create lava, melting everything. Fortunately, Ban rescued them just in time, surprising Chandler, because the 7 deadly sins had members of every race. When he was about to kill them, suddenly, Chandler was struck by King and Gowther's attack, making him furious, so King knocked him down again. At this moment, they were determined to protect Meliodas. Chandler then attacked King. Diane also charged in and punched him. Ban immediately grabbed Chandler, allowing King to attack him, causing Ban great pain. It turned out Ban was still regretting his words to Meliodas, because he had witnessed his lover die hundreds of times. Chandler realized that Ban was immortal, so he struggled to break free. At this moment, Gowther saw that everyone was trying to stop Chandler, but he couldn't do anything, because Chandler had placed a curse on him, preventing him from attacking demons of a higher rank. Suddenly, Hawk ran up and secretly bit Chandler's hand, to erase the curse mark. So, Chandler immediately knocked Hawk out. When Chandler was about to kill everyone, suddenly, Elizabeth healed them, and Gowther was also able to attack him, surprising Chandler. King immediately fired a powerful shot to finish him off. At this moment, they had defeated Chandler, so everyone felt relieved. Suddenly, Gowther collapsed. It turned out Chandler had not been defeated yet, and he transformed into an even stronger state, making them worried. Suddenly, he drew a long sword. So, King attacked him. He told Ban to take everyone and leave, so he could hold Chandler off alone. But Diane didn't want to. Suddenly, Chandler struck King with a devastating attack. He thought he had killed them all. Unexpectedly, Gloxinia and Droll appeared and saved them, surprising everyone. So, they decided to fight Chandler, to allow Meliodas's group to escape. At this moment, Chandler didn't understand why Gloxinia and Droll were helping the 7 deadly sins. Suddenly, they began attacking him with a combined ultimate move, surprising King and Diane. After that, they told Meliodas's group to leave, because Gloxinia and Droll wanted to atone for their past mistakes. But King and Diane wanted to stay and help them. So, Gloxinia immediately threw both of them away. At this moment, Chandler broke free from his restraints. He immediately attacked them, feeling thrilled, because he was fighting the Fairy King and the Giant King. Meanwhile, King and Diane were thrown back to the tavern. However, they were still worried about Gloxinia and Droll. At this moment, the battle between them was fierce. But Chandler was too strong, so he defeated Gloxinia and Droll. Even so, they felt fulfilled, because they had reunited with Meliodas and Elizabeth. In the end, Gloxinia and Droll died. At this moment, the 7 deadly sins were safe. But everyone was feeling downhearted. Merlin realized that Chandler was too strong, while Diane was surprised, because Merlin was just a little girl. Suddenly, they felt the atmosphere around them changing. It turned out Meliodas's negative energy was increasing. So, Elizabeth quickly took him outside. Meanwhile, Ban and Elaine realized that even though they were safe, but Gloxinia and Droll had died. At this moment, Merlin's magic had recovered, so their current task was to find a way to deal with Chandler. Meanwhile, Chandler was chasing after Meliodas and Elizabeth. They immediately sensed his presence, making everyone worried. But as soon as they ran outside, they saw Chandler kneeling before Meliodas. Everyone thought Meliodas was still out of control. However, he still remembered that they were his friends, surprising everyone. Suddenly, Meliodas requested to meet Zeldris, and he would take Elizabeth with him as well, because the only way to save her was for Meliodas to become the Demon King. Shocking everyone, when Hawk tried to stop Meliodas, suddenly, he grabbed Hawk and cursed the Demon King, because he had been watching Meliodas through Hawk's eyes all along. After that, Meliodas disbanded the 7 deadly sins and left. At this moment, Elizabeth begged him to change his decision. But Meliodas was determined to break the curse. Meanwhile, everyone was deeply saddened, because they didn't understand what Meliodas was thinking. Merlin stated that Purgatory had taken away Meliodas' emotions. Suddenly, Hawk didn't understand. Why did Meliodas call himself the Demon King? So, Merlin checked on him. She discovered that Hawk's eyes were linked to Purgatory. At this moment, Esterosa was remembering Elizabeth, causing him to wake up. Meanwhile, Merlin realized that the Demon King had always been watching Meliodas, shocking Hawk. Suddenly, Diane suggested they enter Purgatory through Hawk to retrieve Meliodas' emotions, but Merlin said that was impossible. Except for Meliodas, who was cursed. Only her father had ever survived leaving Purgatory, and he was the leader of the Mage Guild. But he had only been in Purgatory for 1 minute, and when he returned, he had nearly lost all his life force, surprising everyone, because inside Purgatory was extremely harsh. 1 minute outside equaled 1 year in Purgatory. There were even terrifying monsters and the Demon King. So, retrieving Meliodas' emotions was impossible, leaving everyone in despair. Suddenly, Ban decided to go, because his body was immortal. But everyone still opposed the idea, because Purgatory was too dangerous. However, Ban was still determined to help his best friend, and he needed to become stronger to protect Diane. So, Merlin had no choice but to agree. At this moment, Meliodas arrived to meet Zeldris. He declared that he would become the new Demon King. But Zeldris refused to give up the position. Suddenly, Esterosa also arrived because he wanted to join the fight. Elizabeth felt that Esterosa was very familiar. Unexpectedly, Esterosa proposed that he would no longer compete for the Demon King's throne in exchange for Meliodas giving Elizabeth to him. However, Meliodas declared that he would become the Demon King and would not hand Elizabeth over to anyone. Suddenly, Zeldris and Esterosa attacked him. But Meliodas easily blocked them, making Chandler very happy because Meliodas was too strong. Meanwhile, Zeldris couldn't move, even though he possessed the Demon King's power. Esterosa felt that Meliodas was completely different from before. Fortunately, Elizabeth stopped him. At this moment, Zeldris still refused to give up, because he realized that Meliodas was becoming the Demon King just for one woman. So, Zeldris attacked him, while Esterosa attempted to kidnap Elizabeth. He was knocked back. Meliodas also caught Zeldris. Suddenly, he said something to Zeldris. So, Zeldris agreed to help Meliodas. This surprised Cusick. Esterosa also didn't understand what they were saying. At this moment, Meliodas proposed that they help him gather the 10 Commandments. It turned out that the Demon King wanted better control over his kingdom. He had divided half of his power among 10 warriors of the Demon Clan. And those were the 10 Commandments. So, Meliodas wanted to absorb the 10 Commandments to gain power equal to the Demon King. It turned out that Zeldris was holding 3 commandments from Gowther, Gloxinia, and Droll. This intrigued Esterosa, who asked Zeldris to show him how to reclaim the commandments. Suddenly, Zeldris attempted to retrieve Esterosa's commandment. But he couldn't, because the condition to reclaim a commandment is that the person must be disloyal to the Demon King, or no longer able to fight. So, Meliodas asked Zeldris and Esterosa to help him reclaim the 10 Commandments. After that, they left. Meanwhile, Merlin was opening a portal to Purgatory, and Ban was pulled inside. On Elizabeth's side, she was trying to stop Meliodas from becoming the Demon King, because the Demon King's power was too immense. She feared that Meliodas wouldn't be able to withstand it. But Meliodas was determined to break their curse. So, Elizabeth said that she would join the 7 deadly sins to stop Meliodas from becoming the Demon King. She then slapped Meliodas and ran away, because she wanted to save Meliodas. Meanwhile, Merlin's group sensed that Zeldris was approaching. So, Merlin decided to negotiate with Zeldris, because she knew what he wanted. At this moment, Zeldris realized Merlin was someone blessed by both the Demon King and the Supreme Deity. This surprised everyone. So, Merlin suggested speaking privately with Zeldris. Meanwhile, Dreyfus and Hendrickson were searching for Gil along with Margaret. Suddenly, they discovered a shrine inside a mountain cave. A voice told Margaret to sacrifice herself. Her wish would be granted. So, Margaret agreed, even though Dreyfus and Hendrickson tried to stop her. But that entity took over her body. It turned out he was Ludochel, and he was determined to annihilate the entire demon clan. At this moment, Ludochel revealed to Dreyfus and Hendrickson that 3,000 years ago, to seal away the demon clan, the goddess clan had to sacrifice their physical bodies. So, they had been waiting for the day of their resurrection. On Hauser's side, the Holy Knights were battling the demon clan, but they were no match for them when they were in danger. Suddenly, the demons were annihilated. It turned out that Tarmiel and Sariel had also been resurrected. This made everyone happy, because they were receiving help from the goddess clan. Meanwhile, Gil was still being held captive by Vivian. Fortunately, he found an escape route. But Vivian discovered him. She said that there was no way out of this place. As Vivian fantasized about having a child with Gil, suddenly, she was attacked. It turned out that Ludochel had helped Margaret find Gil, and he had fulfilled his promise to Margaret. Suddenly, Ludochel sensed a very powerful demon. At this moment, Zeldris revealed Merlin's past. It turned out that she was born a genius in the capital of sorcerers. So, both the Demon King and the Supreme Deity wanted to recruit her. The Demon King gifted Merlin all the magical knowledge of Belialoween. The Supreme Deity granted her the ability to nullify all curses. But after receiving both gifts, Merlin chose to side with neither. This enraged the Demon King and the Supreme Deity. So, they destroyed Belialoween. However, only Merlin survived. At this moment, Merlin began negotiating with Zeldris, because she realized that Zeldris was gathering the 10 Commandments for Meliodas. So, she offered to hand over Melascula to Zeldris. In exchange, Zeldris had to return Elizabeth to her. But Zeldris couldn't fulfill this request, because Elizabeth was still under Meliodas's protection. Then, Merlin requested the release of the people of Camelot. So, Zeldris agreed, when it was Merlin's turn to uphold the deal. But she was still waiting for something. Suddenly, Zeldris was attacked. It turned out that Ludochel had struck him. Fortunately, Merlin managed to return in time. She realized this was the moment for them to leave. Meanwhile, Ludochel was enjoying Margaret's body. But Zeldris remained unharmed. He realized that the 4 archangels had awakened. So, Zeldris immediately counterattacked, destroying the entire tower. At this moment, Chandler discovered that Meliodas was searching for Elizabeth. So, he decided to kill her first. Meanwhile, Merlin's group entered the town to rescue the people. Suddenly, Diane encountered Elizabeth. Unexpectedly, Elizabeth had been attacked, leaving her injured. Fortunately, Diane managed to save her in time. After that, they immediately left. At this moment, Elizabeth spoke to everyone. If they allowed Meliodas to become the Demon King, they would never see him again. But Diane was worried that Elizabeth would die. Elizabeth said that she would still reincarnate. So, she wanted everyone to work together to stop Meliodas. After that, they all returned to the Kingdom of Leones. This made everyone happy, because they had saved the people from the demons. But Bartra did not see Meliodas anywhere. Suddenly, Gil and Margaret also returned. Elizabeth immediately realized that Margaret's body had been taken over. This shocked everyone. So, he revealed the truth to them. They were the 4 archangels. This left everyone in shock. But Bartra immediately demanded that Ludochel return his daughter to him. It turned out that they were preparing to fight against the Demon Clan. So, Ludochel proposed an alliance with humanity, to borrow the power of the 7 deadly sins and the Holy Knights. And he mocked Elizabeth, saying she had been betrayed by Meliodas, because he had returned to the Demon Clan. So, Elizabeth declared that she would stop Meliodas. Merlin suggested making Elizabeth their leader, and everyone agreed. After that, the 7 deadly sins formed an alliance with Stigma. At this moment, everyone trusted the 4 archangels, because humans saw them as noble beings, and the power of the goddess clan made them feel warmth. When Hendrickson asked where the last member of the 4 archangels was, it made them uncomfortable. But Ludochel told Hendrickson that the last member of the 4 archangels was already dead. Meanwhile, Arthur was trying to sneak into the castle to retrieve the Excalibur sword. But he was discovered by Peronia. On Elizabeth's side, she was eager to rescue Meliodas as soon as possible, while Merlin was upgrading the puppet body for Gowther. Suddenly, he made some kind of crazy request. But Merlin still agreed to help him. At this moment, Escanor was asking Hawk for advice on how to flirt with Merlin. Suddenly, Ludochel found him. He immediately asked who Escanor was. But Escanor disliked people who looked down on him. Unexpectedly, Ludocel asked where Escanor got his power from, and he immediately attacked him. While Escanor had no idea what Ludocel was trying to do, Escanor thought he had caught Ludocel. But Ludocel moved incredibly fast and slashed Escanor's shirt. Ludocel explained that his power was a blessing from the supreme deity. Just like the 10 commandments of the demon clan, the powers of the 4 archangels are lightning, storms, the sea, and the sun. His younger brother, Mael, was the one who possessed the power of the sun. But Mael was killed by the 10 commandments. So, the power that Escanor now possesses originally belonged to Mael. However, Escanor claimed that this power was his own, because he was born with it. And he declared, "I am the strongest man." This immediately intrigued Ludocel. Meanwhile, Arthur was searching for his cat. It turned out that Kath had discovered Peronia. After that, it returned to Arthur. Kath explained that it had gone out to find food. At this moment, Zeldris returned to inform Meliodas that the 4 archangels had been resurrected, and that Elizabeth had allied with them. But Meliodas said that none of that mattered, because everything would end once he became the Demon King. Meanwhile, Galand was still turned to stone. Esterosa had found him. Galand thought he was about to be saved. But Esterosa destroyed Galand and took his commandment. At this moment, Arthur had entered the castle. But he was discovered by Zeldris. Zeldris realized that Arthur was the one Merlin was searching for. Suddenly, Kath helped Arthur escape, so that he could retrieve the sword. Finally, Arthur found the sword, but the enemies had already caught up to him. At this moment, Meliodas also arrived. He advised Arthur to leave. But when Arthur learned that Meliodas was a demon, it made him feel disappointed, because Arthur had always admired Meliodas. This made Arthur furious. So, he drew the Excalibur. Meanwhile, Merlin wanted to go rescue Arthur alone. Everyone didn't understand why she always cared so much about Arthur. Merlin explained that he was the one chosen by the Holy Sword. At this moment, Arthur was facing Meliodas's group alone. Suddenly, Chandler attacked him, but he was immediately defeated by Arthur. This surprised everyone. Arthur even moved at incredible speed and defeated Cusick. So, Zeldris attacked Arthur next, but Arthur blocked all of his attacks. Meliodas couldn't understand how Arthur possessed such powerful sword skills. Meanwhile, Merlin explained to everyone that all the previous wielders of Excalibur had been kings and heroes. Before they died, they passed their will into the sword, and the new wielder would be the one chosen by the sword. That person would become the King of Kings. Although Arthur had grown stronger, Meliodas and Zeldris remained unharmed. Chandler and Cusick also quickly recovered. It turned out they only wanted to test his swordsmanship. At this moment, Kath said that Arthur's true power had yet to awaken. But Arthur remained confident and charged forward. Suddenly, he felt intense pain in his body. His sword also became heavier. Cusick realized Arthur's body was not yet strong enough to withstand the sword's power. It would end up destroying him from within. When Cusick prepared to kill him, luckily, Merlin arrived just in time and froze him. This surprised everyone. At that moment, Meliodas demanded that Merlin return the commandments to him. But Merlin said they were still trying to save him. So, she teleported away, reassuring everyone. Suddenly, Cusick declared that he would kill Arthur immediately. He then used his magic, forcing Arthur to stab himself. This shocked everyone, so they rushed to heal Arthur. At that moment, Merlin recalled the times she had trained Arthur, making her extremely worried. But Escanor felt jealous, because Arthur was receiving Merlin's attention. So, Elizabeth comforted Merlin just like she did when they were children, making Merlin feel warm inside and cry. Thus, Merlin promised to help Elizabeth and Meliodas break their curses. After that, she began making plans with everyone. Meanwhile, Zeldris handed over the commandments to Meliodas. So, Meliodas said he would keep his promise to Zeldris. Then, Meliodas absorbed 5 commandments, increasing his power. On the 7 deadly sins side, they were fully prepared for battle. King told Diane, after this battle, they would get married, making them both embarrassed, making Escanor feel uncomfortable. Gothar's body had also been upgraded. Merlin and Elizabeth were also ready. The Holy Knights began their march. At that moment, the demon clan's army appeared. So, the battle began. Both sides fought fiercely. Meanwhile, Derriere and Monspeet were living peaceful lives. But, war was also approaching their village. So, the villagers began to evacuate. At that moment, Hauser saw the Holy Knights struggling in battle. But, they did not seem to feel any pain. They were even excited to fight, making Hawk feel strange. Gauther explained that it was Scam Light, Ludociel's ability. But, Hauser's side was still being overwhelmed. Suddenly, Diane appeared. She manipulated the earth, creating a massive wave to wipe out the demons. King also attacked them. At that moment, they saw glowing orbs of light from the goddess clan. It turned out that the 4 archangels had also taken action, making everyone excited. But, the demon clan's forces kept coming in large numbers. Monspeet realized, if Zeldris found them, they would be punished. Thus, Derriere wanted to return her commandments to Zeldris, so they could live in peace. And Derriere didn't want to participate in this meaningless battle anymore, because her older sister had been killed. It turned out that Monspeet was in love with Derriere's sister. Suddenly, Esterosa found them, and he immediately killed the woman who had helped them, shocking Monspeet and Derriere. Meanwhile, the Holy Knights were still filled with fighting spirit. But, Elizabeth warned them not to rely on that temporary power, because it would make them forget pain and fight until death. However, they still didn't believe her. However, Tarmiel and Sariel also sided with Elizabeth. They explained that Elizabeth had always healed their wounds, helping them understand. Meanwhile, Derriere angrily attacked Esterosa, but she was quickly knocked back. When Esterosa tried to consume the soul of that woman, Monspeet swapped her soul with an apple, allowing Derriere to free her soul. Esterosa then attacked them. He declared that he had come to reclaim the commandments. Derriere and Monspeet stated that they wanted to return them to Zeldris. But, Esterosa still wanted to kill them, because he, too, was trying to collect the commandments. Suddenly, Monspeet swapped places with Esterosa. Then, Monspeet revealed the truth to Esterosa. Although he was the Demon King's son, he was born with absolutely no magical power. Meanwhile, Meliodas and Zeldris were overwhelmingly powerful. So, the Demon King took pity on him and granted him a commandment. Fortunately, that commandment gave Esterosa magic. But, if he absorbed another commandment, his body would be destroyed. At that moment, Derriere thought Esterosa had fainted. However, he suddenly attacked her. So, Monspeet quickly swapped places with Derriere, and he pushed her away, sending her flying, because he could no longer protect her. So, Esterosa killed Monspeet. After that, Derriere was taken to the Holy Knights. This surprised everyone. On Dreyfus's side, he heard that his son was in danger. So, he immediately ran to save Griamore. Suddenly, Dreyfus turned into a giant. This surprised everyone. Dreyfus realized that Fraudrin had left this power for him to protect his son. At this moment, Derriere was walking toward Elizabeth. She said she didn't know where to go, because Monspeet had been killed by Esterosa. Suddenly, Esterosa caught up. He saw Elizabeth. This amused him. So, he summoned a fire wolf to attack everyone. Then he used flames to surround Elizabeth and Derriere. He said he was here to take Derriere's commandments. Elizabeth thought he wanted to help Meliodas become the Demon King. So, she created a sphere of light and blasted him away. But, Esterosa escaped. Suddenly, he encountered Tarmiel and Sariel. They immediately continued attacking Esterosa. But, he was the one who had defeated Mael, and he quickly counterattacked them. At this moment, Elizabeth extinguished Esterosa's flames. Elizabeth couldn't see anyone. This made her worried. Fortunately, they were all safe underground. At this moment, Esterosa thought he had killed Tarmiel and Sariel. Surprisingly, they were completely unharmed. They couldn't understand how, with this power, Esterosa was able to defeat Mael. Suddenly, he attacked them, to prove his strength. But, Sariel created a tornado to strike him. Tarmiel immediately submerged him in water, preventing Esterosa from escaping. They said this was the power of the 4 archangels, and the 2 of them created a giant lightning bolt to attack Esterosa. At this moment, they thought they had won. But, Esterosa was still alive. This shocked everyone. Hawk realized that Esterosa's power had increased to 88,000. But, Esterosa had gone insane. He immediately attacked Tarmiel and Sariel. No matter how they attacked him, he could still regenerate. Derriere realized he had absorbed 2 more commandments, boosting his power tremendously. Then, Estarossa transformed. He believed he could now defeat Meliodas. At this moment, he recalled, he had always loved Elizabeth, and Estarossa also deeply admired Meliodas. But, he discovered that Elizabeth loved Meliodas. So, Estarossa wanted to become Meliodas. Meanwhile, Zeldris was still waiting for Meliodas to awaken, because he was absorbing the commandments, and showed no signs of rejection. At this moment, Elizabeth felt that Estarossa was very familiar. But, she couldn't remember where she had met him. Suddenly, Estarossa went insane, because he couldn't fully absorb the commandments. When he tried to capture Elizabeth, everyone immediately attacked him. But, the Holy Knights weren't strong enough to stop Estarossa. So, Diane and King also attacked him. Everyone thought they had managed to stop Estarossa. However, he was completely unscathed. When he tried to capture Elizabeth again, Tarmiel and Sariel also attacked. But, they were quickly defeated by Estarossa. At this moment, he still believed he was Meliodas. However, Elizabeth called him Estarossa. This caused him to suffer a severe headache, and he immediately captured Elizabeth. This made everyone worried. Estarossa blamed Elizabeth for only caring about Meliodas. But, she never paid attention to him. Suddenly, Elizabeth attacked him to break free. Taking this opportunity, everyone attacked Estarossa together. But, this only drove him further into madness. At this moment, Elizabeth realized that the 3 commandments he had absorbed were being rejected. So, he tried to capture Elizabeth again. King and Diane were also defeated by Estarossa. Suddenly, Elizabeth told him to stop hurting everyone. She would do whatever he wanted. So, Elizabeth healed everyone's wounds. After that, Estarossa took Elizabeth and left. This made everyone even more worried. So, King decided to chase after Elizabeth alone. Because the 4 archangels had been defeated. Unexpectedly, Sariel was still alive. They realized they could no longer fight in these bodies. So, they returned the bodies and used their true forms. Derriere also wanted to save Elizabeth. Surprisingly, King trusted her, because he knew that 3,000 years ago, Elizabeth had once saved Derriere. Then, they all chased after Estarossa together. Meanwhile, Meliodas was still inside the cocoon, absorbing the commandments. Merlin noticed that darkness was surrounding the castle. So, they couldn't use magic to enter. Ludocel created an ice barrier around them, to help them get inside. Ludocel said there was no way to escape, except by killing Meliodas. But, Merlin said there was another way, which was to bring Meliodas back to his old self. At this moment, Ban was still in purgatory. He was determined to save Meliodas. Meanwhile, Meliodas's emotions were still trying to find their way back. Ban is now in purgatory searching for Meliodas. Luckily, he regained consciousness before turning into a monster. Ban doesn't know how many centuries he has been through, but he still has no idea where Meliodas is. Meanwhile, King and Derriere's group is on the way to rescue Elizabeth. Because Estarossa kidnapped Elizabeth, Gowther secretly follows them as well. Meanwhile, Ludocel and Merlin are breaking into Meliodas's barrier. Even though they are working together, Ludocel is still being very cautious. Because of Merlin and Escanor's power, Ludocel even sees Gil and Hendrickson as disposable shields. Meanwhile, Zeldris's group is waiting for Meliodas to absorb the commandments, so he can become the Demon King, and Meliodas will fulfill his promise to Zeldris. At this point, King's group has found Elizabeth. Meanwhile, Estarossa is thrilled, because he has captured her. King's group immediately starts attacking him. Meanwhile, over with Ludocel's group, they have found the cocoon. This makes Chandler and Cusack excited. They immediately transform into their true forms. Merlin realizes these are Chandler and Cusack's true forms, and they are the masters of Meliodas and Zeldris. Now they are facing each other. Hendrickson senses 6 sources of magical power radiating from them. Escanor tries to attack the cocoon holding Meliodas, but it doesn't take any damage. This makes Chandler furious. Merlin immediately attacks them. However, neither of them is hurt. Merlin sees Chandler's magic level is 173,000, while Cusack's is 168,000. Escanor sees Merlin getting attacked, but she is still able to push them back. Merlin realizes she doesn't need to defeat them. because their goal is to save Meliodas. Ludociel immediately attacks. Merlin sees Ludociel's magic level is over 200,000. That is much higher than theirs. So Ludociel immediately faces Zeldris. They start testing their sword speed against each other. But their speed is evenly matched. When Cusick tries to sneak attack Ludociel, Hendrickson immediately protects Ludociel, because Ludociel is inside Margaret's body. Meanwhile, Ban is still searching for Meliodas's soul in purgatory. He realizes this place is incredibly harsh. It can wear away a human soul. And this place can turn humans into monsters. However, Ban still refuses to give up. While Ban still doesn't know where Meliodas is. Suddenly, a monster attacks him, even though it is very strong. Ban keeps fighting it over and over. After many years, neither of them has managed to win, and they have become friends. At this point, Ban is exhausted and falls asleep. When he wakes up, he sees Meliodas right beside him. It turns out that monster was actually Meliodas. Meliodas is very happy to see Ban again. Ban now tells him he came here to bring Meliodas back. This surprises Meliodas, but Ban doesn't know how to leave this place either. However, they still refuse to give up. After that, Meliodas tells Ban about the monsters in purgatory. Now they are targeting one particular monster. They plan to use its hide to make clothes. However, it moves way too fast. It can even knock Meliodas down with ease. Ban realizes Meliodas has become much weaker. Meliodas says he is only a soul right now. Almost all of his power is gone. So Ban decides to rely on himself to catch that monster. However, it is still extremely fast. Ban has even gotten used to going without sleep. Eventually, Ban manages to defeat the monster. That night, they also enjoy a good meal. After they finish making their new clothes, Meliodas and Ban decide to find the Demon King. Because this is the only way they can leave purgatory. Now monsters keep chasing after them. Meliodas and Ban both want to get out quickly and see the women they love. Suddenly, Meliodas is attacked, so Ban immediately saves him. At this point, Ban has become incredibly strong. He easily defeats the monsters. Meliodas realizes something. They have already been here for 500 years. Ban is extremely good at adapting. And he is the only person who can stay sane in purgatory. This surprises Meliodas. He knows that once Ban leaves purgatory, Ban will become incredibly powerful. While the two of them are having fun, they realize a pig has been watching them. So they both immediately chase after it. But this pig moves extremely fast. It knows Ban and Meliodas came from the outside world. So it immediately asks them about that place. And the pig also knows where the Demon King is. It promises to lead them to him. In return, they have to help the pig find its younger brother. Then the pig introduces himself as Wild. Meliodas and Ban immediately realize Wild is Hawk's older brother. The two of them even look very similar. This makes Wild extremely happy, because he may finally find his younger brother. After that, Wild leads them back to his home. Ban finds it amusing, because the whole house is decorated with pig designs. Wild then tells them something. Hawk was kidnapped by the Demon King right after he was born. And Hawk was taken to the outside world. Meliodas realizes something. The Demon King took Hawk only to keep watch on Meliodas. Because creatures born in purgatory have a very high survival rate. This makes Wild very excited. He wants them to tell him much more about Hawk. Meanwhile, over with Ludociel. He is still fighting Zeldris. Suddenly, Zeldris uses ominous nebula. He pulls everyone toward himself. Then he throws them back in the opposite direction. Merlin and Escanor can both withstand his technique. Only Ludociel gets injured. Merlin explains something. When Zeldris uses this technique, they cannot attack him, because he has resistance to magic. So only Escanor can attack Zeldris. Ludociel immediately orders him to do it. But Escanor doesn't like taking orders from anyone. Suddenly, Merlin asks Escanor to help them. So Escanor decides to help Ludociel. Meanwhile, Meliodas's group is heading toward the Demon King. Wild says he has challenged the Demon King 120118 times. But he has never won even once. When Wild learns that Meliodas also has younger brothers, Meliodas says he has two younger brothers, Zeldris and Esterosa. Back when he was the leader of the 10 Commandments, Zeldris deeply admired Meliodas. He always tried his hardest to fight for the Demon Clan. and Meliodas discovered something. Zeldris had also fallen in love with a girl from the vampire clan. But the Demon King opposed their relationship, because the vampire clan served under the Demon Clan. However, Zeldris swore he would protect Gelda. They're just like Meliodas and Elizabeth. Suddenly, the Demon King orders Zeldris to destroy the vampire clan, because he sees them as traitors. Even though Zeldris tries to object, he cannot go against the Demon King's order. Eventually, the vampire clan is attacked. Zeldris decides to seal all of them away, even though the Demon King ordered him to kill them. This is how Zeldris protects Gelda. She says loving words to Zeldris. This breaks his heart, so Zeldris promises that one day he will bring Gelda back. In the end, Zeldris seals her away. 3,000 years later, the 10 Commandments are released from their seal. He immediately goes to where Gelda was sealed, but Zeldris cannot find her. Then he learns something. The vampire clan was destroyed by the 7 deadly sins. It turns out Meliodas planned this, because he wanted to help his younger brother. Meanwhile, Zeldris is still fighting Escanor and Ludochel. They do not know how to stop Zeldris. It turns out Meliodas had told Zeldris earlier. Gelda is still alive. He promised to let Zeldris see Gelda again. After Meliodas becomes the Demon King, so Zeldris becomes even more determined to fight, and his power keeps increasing. Escanor sees Merlin injured. This makes him furious, so Escanor immediately attacks Zeldris. But Zeldris is still completely unharmed, because Ominous Nebula can balance offense and defense. Suddenly, Ludochel tries to sneak attack Zeldris. Luckily, Gil protects Ludochel, because he wants to protect the body of the woman he loves. At this point, Escanor is furious. He walks closer to Zeldris. It turns out Escanor has reached his strongest state. Zeldris says something. The last time you beat Meliodas, it was because he wasn't serious. Because Meliodas is so powerful. He has a bad habit of looking down on his opponents. This makes Escanor furious. Unexpectedly, Escanor's attack is pushed back. Escanor decides to attack with his bare hands. This surprises Cusick. He realizes this is Maal's power. This is the power the supreme deity granted to fight the Demon Clan. Unexpectedly, Escanor's power keeps rising. He overwhelms Zeldris and injures him. Suddenly, Escanor's power disappears. It turns out Chandler created darkness to block Escanor's power. Ludochel sees that Zeldris is badly injured, so he immediately tries to sneak attack him. Luckily, Cusick stops him in time. Zeldris orders both of them to protect Meliodas. But Cusick still wants Zeldris to become the Demon King. At this point, Ludochel is confident that he is stronger than Cusick, so he keeps attacking. Unexpectedly, Ludochel is overwhelmed, because Cusick is Zeldris's master. Ludocel's attacks cannot hurt him either, because Ludochel is only borrowing this body, so Ludochel cannot use his full power. Meanwhile, Chandler attacks Merlin's group, so Merlin immediately stops him. Merlin's power is no weaker than Chandler's, so she can block his attack. At this point, Merlin realizes something. Chandler and Cusack's power is second only to the Demon King. This worries Escanor. He thinks they have no weaknesses. But Merlin decides to create a weakness for them. Suddenly, Chandler and Cusick are injured. Zeldris has no idea when Merlin attacked them. It turns out Merlin found the magical attributes that counter them, because she calculated everything in advance. Even Ludochel would not want Merlin as an enemy. At this point, Chandler and Cusick keep getting attacked, and they keep getting injured. Hendrickson asks Ludochel to heal Gil, but Ludochel immediately refuses, because he does not want to waste magical power. Meanwhile, Cusick refuses to lose to a human, so he immediately uses Resonant, and he sees Merlin's true form. When he tries to take control of her mind, Merlin suddenly counters him. It turns out she predicted he would use this move, so Merlin counters him instead. Zeldris is furious, because Merlin alone has overwhelmed Chandler and Cusick. Ludochel also immediately defeats Zeldris. This makes him excited, because he is about to avenge his younger brother. Suddenly, Ludochel remembers that Maal's face looks like Esterosa's. Meliodas remembers the same thing. This makes him feel that something is strange. Unexpectedly, the Demon King appears. He explains that it was that person who changed all of their memories. Even the Demon King's memories of Esterosa were changed. Meanwhile, Esterosa is still going insane. At this point, Gowther remembers something. His father used a forbidden spell. It allowed him to change everyone's memories of a certain person. He believed this would end the war. Suddenly, everyone's memories of Esterosa return. This gives all of them headaches. Gowther realizes everyone's memories have come back. Meanwhile, Esterosa is still going insane, because his real memories have returned too. It turns out Esterosa never existed, and he is actually one of the 4 archangels. Mael. King does not understand why Esterosa changed like this. Meanwhile, all of Mael's memories have returned. In the past, Mael always admired his older brother, because Ludochel had destroyed countless members of the demon clan. But Ludochel believed something. One day, Mael would surpass him. Eventually, Mael became one of the 4 archangels. When he saw that Elizabeth loved Meliodas, Mael became jealous, because he also loved Elizabeth. Suddenly, Gowther changed his memories, so he became the Demon King's son. After he received Meliodas's commandments, Mael officially became Esterosa. Now Mael has regained his memories. He feels guilty, because he killed so many members of the goddess clan. Mael does not know who did this to him. Gowther immediately takes responsibility. This makes Mael furious, so he immediately attacks Gowther. He keeps punching Gowther in the face. Mael does not understand why Gowther did this, because 3,000 years ago, Meliodas's betrayal of the demon clan threw everything out of balance. So Gowther had to choose Mael to restore balance to the war. At this point, Mael decides to take revenge on Gowther. So Gowther will suffer the same things Mael suffered. King immediately tries to stop him. However, Mael is completely unharmed. He turns around and attacks King, because King's power has no effect on Mael. But King still refuses to give up. He enlarges his weapon and attacks Mael. Unexpectedly, Mael is still extremely powerful. Sariel offers to help the 7 deadly sins. This surprises Tarmiel, because Sariel realizes something. Mael is still using the power of the commandments. So darkness is eating away at his heart. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is in pain, because she does not know how to save Mael. So Derriere promises to help her. Gowther only wants to sacrifice his own life. So King tells him not to give up, because he still does not understand the pain of losing someone important. At this point, Sariel and Tarmiel also decide to stop Mael, because he is using the demon clan's commandments. But Mael has lost the supreme deity's grace, so he has to use the power of the commandments. Mael tries to attack Sariel and Tarmiel. Meanwhile, Derriere decides to help Elizabeth, because Elizabeth helped her realize this war is meaningless. Elizabeth does not know how to take the commandments from Mael. Luckily, Derriere has a way. Meanwhile, King's group is still being overwhelmed by Mael. Gowther does not know how to help them. Suddenly, Derriere tells him to send her thoughts to the others. So they start working together. King distracts him. Sariel and Tarmiel immediately hold Mael down. Derriere attacks him too. Meanwhile, Gowther tries to separate the commandments from Mael. Just as they are about to succeed, Tarmiel gets distracted for a moment. So Mael breaks free. He immediately attacks Derriere. He even steals her commandment. Everyone realizes something. If Mael absorbs this commandment, they will not be able to stop him anymore. Meanwhile, Derriere thinks she is dead. She suddenly sees Monspeet and her younger self from 3,000 years ago. She realizes Monspeet confessed his feelings to her long ago, but she never realized it. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is heartbroken, because Derriere is badly injured. So she decides to stop this war in Derriere's place. At this point, Sariel blames Tarmiel, because he was too soft-hearted. Gowther realizes everyone is badly injured, and Mael has absorbed Derriere's commandment. They cannot defeat him anymore. Elizabeth realizes something. The light and darkness inside Mael are rejecting each other. This creates countless beams of light that shoot down onto the kingdom. This terrifies everyone. Diane sees that things are going badly, so she immediately goes to help them. At this point, Elizabeth sees that King is badly injured, so she immediately heals him. Suddenly, Sariel and Tarmiel are attacked too. Gowther sees how bad the situation has become. This is no longer the time for him to feel guilty. So Gowther decides to fight Mael. Mael keeps attacking Gowther. Suddenly, Oslo teleports Diane there. She immediately hardens her body and blocks the attack for them. Diane has no idea what is happening. Suddenly, Mael changes form. Elizabeth senses danger. She immediately tells everyone to run. But Mael creates a massive explosion. Everything around them is destroyed. Everyone is badly injured and knocked unconscious. Mael thinks they have been defeated. But Elizabeth wakes up. It turns out Gowther awakened everyone. This helps them regain consciousness. Elizabeth immediately heals King and Diane. Then they decide to use their strongest combination technique. Diane increases King's power. He creates copies of himself and keeps attacking Mael. Suddenly, Mael uses another commandment. He uses a bell to destroy King's copies. Then Mael keeps switching between the commandments. He creates a spinning scythe and attacks King and Diane. This injures both of them. They even lose all of their magical power. Gowther realizes the situation is getting worse. He immediately jumps up and grabs Mael. It turns out Gowther wants to activate his self-destruct mode. Because Merlin placed a special spell inside his body. It can create a huge explosion. Suddenly, Gowther falls down. He realizes his body has become extremely heavy. It turns out this is one of Mael's commandments. When Mael is about to destroy them, Oslo suddenly charges in to stop him. This shocks King, because Oslo uses his own body to protect them. Mael attacks once again. Diane immediately uses her sacred treasure. It lets her send the enemy's magic into the ground. Mael keeps attacking. The floating island begins to collapse. Everyone starts falling. Luckily, Elizabeth catches Diane, but King is still falling. He thinks he is going to die. King thinks about everyone, and he remembers his promise to protect Diane. This makes King's wings begin to glow. When Mael is about to grab Elizabeth, King immediately attacks him. Diane sees that King's appearance has changed. Gloxinia once said he would become the strongest fairy king if King's wings fully developed. At this point, everyone is shocked, because King's magical power has increased. Diane is afraid he is no longer the king she knows. But King says something, "I'll protect you." Meanwhile, Mael is going insane, because he has absorbed too many commandments. Suddenly, Mael attacks. He creates a massive explosion. Luckily, King protects everyone. At this point, King's power is on a completely different level. He keeps overwhelming Mael. This makes Mael furious. But Mael is no longer a match for King. Suddenly, Mael loses control again. Meanwhile, Gowther is trapped inside Mael's illusion. He sees the woman he loves again. Even though Gowther is very happy, he still wants to go back and help his friends. After that, Gowther wakes up. Meanwhile, King notices that Mael is acting very strangely. He knows Mael has reached his limit, because he cannot merge the powers of light and darkness. However, Gowther still wants to save Mael. He immediately enters Mael's memories. At this point, Gowther meets Mael. Mael is filled with regret, because he killed his own friends. He even tried to kill Elizabeth. So he decides to give up. Gowther immediately tries to talk him out of it. Suddenly, the commandments grab Gowther, because they want to take over Mael's body. So Gowther keeps trying to reach him. At this point, Mael does not understand something. Why did Gowther choose Mael to have his memories change? Because Meliodas and Ludochel were both stronger than him. Suddenly, Gowther tells Mael to look at his face. This makes Mael remember something. He once killed a girl whose face looked like Gowther's. It turns out she was the woman Gowther's father loved. Finally, Mael understands something. Why Gowther chose him. Suddenly, Mael sends Gowther back outside. The commandments see that Mael is losing control. So they immediately try to take over Mael's body. Unexpectedly, Mael makes a decision. He immediately fights back against them. Meanwhile, King is worried about Gowther, because they are falling. Suddenly, Mael's body begins to glow. Everyone thinks Gowther is in danger. Luckily, Mael saves him. At this point, Mael begins using reincarnation magic on Derriere and Oslo. This magic allows them to be reincarnated, but they will still keep the memories of their previous lives. Meanwhile, Mael no longer wants to fight. However, Elizabeth tells him that he has to fight, because they need to end the war between the Demon Clan and Goddess Clan forever. At this point, King changes into a new outfit. It makes him look more mature. This makes Diane blush. In the end, Mael decides to help them. Meanwhile, over with Merlin's group, they are still facing Zeldris. Ludochel is still suffering from a headache, because he remembers his younger brother. Merlin realizes Gowther caused it. But Merlin does not understand something. Why isn't Zeldris shocked after getting his memories back? It turns out Zeldris never saw Esterosa as his brother. At this point, Chandler and Cusick decide to end the battle quickly. So they decide to merge. It turns out the Demon King once created an original demon. But it was too powerful. So the Demon King split the original demon's body into two. Then Chandler and Cusick merge together. Meanwhile, Meliodas' group is facing the Demon King. He realizes they know about the gate. Suddenly, Wild attacks him, but Wild is easily defeated with a single flick. The Demon King continues attacking them. When Ban tries to absorb the Demon King's power, unexpectedly, Ban loses all of his own power. Because the Demon King can reverse his magic, they keep getting attacked by the Demon King. Meliodas' attacks do not work either. Meliodas realizes something. The Demon King's magic is the ruler, so he can reverse any attack. After that, Wild attacks again, but the Demon King keeps defeating them, because he refuses to let anyone pass through the gate. At this point, Meliodas is discouraged, because he does not want to watch Elizabeth die in front of him again. Ban immediately encourages Meliodas. He needs to break this curse and save the woman he loves. Meliodas knows this will be very difficult, but he regains his determination. After that, they face the Demon King again. However, he is still incredibly powerful. No matter how many times they fight him, they still lose. Meliodas realizes they have been fighting for 60 years, but they still have never managed to injure him. Suddenly, Meliodas sees that Wild is injured, so Ban immediately heals him. It turns out the nature of Ban's power has changed. Because the Demon King keeps absorbing his power, so Ban's power has changed to become more like the goddess clans. Suddenly, Meliodas discovers something. After that, they face the Demon King again. He thinks Ban is trying to steal his power again. Unexpectedly, the Demon King falls to his knees. It turns out Meliodas has figured out how the ruler really works. So Ban transfers his power to him. This makes the Demon King weaker. Ban immediately holds him back, so Meliodas can run toward the gate. Unexpectedly, Ban gets caught. Meliodas sees that Ban is in danger, so he immediately turns back to save him. Ban scolds Meliodas for not leaving first. But Meliodas knows the Demon King will not easily let all three of them escape. The Demon King scolds Meliodas for refusing to obey him. However, Meliodas has never seen him as a father. Meliodas keeps attacking him, but he is too powerful. This worries Ban. He does not know how all of them can escape together. Suddenly, Wild makes a decision. He will help them hold back the Demon King. So Wild immediately kicks Meliodas toward Ban. However, Wild is defeated by the Demon King. Even though he cannot see his younger brother again, he still helps Meliodas and Ban escape. They think they can finally get out safely. But the Demon King still refuses to give up. He immediately grabs Meliodas. This worries Ban, but Meliodas tells Ban to go on ahead. He will find his own way back. At this point, the Demon King is thrilled, because Meliodas still has not escaped from him. Unexpectedly, Meliodas cuts off one of the Demon King's arms. This shocks him, because Meliodas has awakened a power that can fight back against him. After that, Meliodas leaves. Meanwhile, Elizabeth's group is about to go find Merlin. Suddenly, Hawk's eyes begin to glow. Everyone sees Ban return. This makes them extremely happy. Ban tells everyone something. Meliodas will be back soon. This puts Elizabeth at ease. Suddenly, Ban says he has some personal business to take care of. Meanwhile, the Holy Knights are fighting the monsters. Elaine is badly injured, but she keeps fighting the Demon Clan, because she knows Ban is fighting too. Suddenly, Elaine passes out. The demons are about to capture her. Luckily, Ban returns. He easily defeats the demons. When Ban holds Elaine in his arms, she becomes extremely happy, because she has finally reunited with the man she loves. But she is completely exhausted. Elaine thinks this is the last time she will ever see Ban. So he transfers all of his life force to Elaine. This makes her worried, because he will no longer be immortal. In the end, Elaine fully recovers. However, Ban loses his immortality too. But Ban does not care, because he promised to bring Elaine back to life. At this point, Chandler and Cusick finish merging. This makes Merlin's group worried, because they no longer have any chance of winning. So Escanor starts fighting the original demon. but the original demon overwhelms him. Merlin realizes they can only wait for King's group to arrive. However, Escanor still believes he can defeat him. Merlin and Escanor immediately attack together, but even they cannot do anything to him. Suddenly, the original demon senses someone extremely powerful approaching. King's spirit spear immediately attacks him. Merlin realizes King is controlling it from far away. It turns out King is still very far away, but he is gradually getting used to this power. King keeps attacking. This surprises Merlin and Escanor, because King's power is enormous. Suddenly, Zeldris makes a decision. He will stop King, so the original demon can defeat Merlin and Escanor. Meanwhile, Ludochel is extremely happy, because his younger brother is still alive, so he wants to go see his younger brother immediately. Hendrickson immediately helps Ludochel separate from Margaret's body. It turns out Hendrickson planned this from the beginning. He waited for Ludochel to weaken so he could save the princess. At this point, Gil understands everything, so he immediately takes the woman he loves away. After that, Ludochel wakes up. This makes him furious, so Hendrickson says Ludochel can use his body. Meanwhile, Zeldris is holding King back, but he is planning something. Suddenly, the commandments begin resonating with each other, and they start heading toward Meliodas. A new demon king is about to be born. Everyone realizes they're too late, so Merlin immediately uses time magic. Zeldris and the original demon immediately try to stop her, because she needs time to complete the spell. Meanwhile, Ludochel is disappointed, because they have no way to win. However, Hendrickson comforts Ludochel. He can see how much Ludochel loves his younger brother, so Hendrickson sees him as a friend. He even wants Ludochel to take over his body. However, Ludochel refuses, because he knows Hendrickson is a kind person. Meanwhile, Escanor and King are buying Merlin more time, but Escanor is injured, so he is defeated when the original demon tries to attack Merlin. Luckily, Ludochel blocks the attack for her. Meanwhile, Escanor feels guilty, because he could not protect Merlin. Suddenly, Mael saves him, when Merlin is in danger. Luckily, Ludochel saves her, but Merlin still needs 10 more minutes to complete the spell. Ludochel keeps holding back the original demon. Unexpectedly, Ludochel is incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, Escanor is shocked, because Esterosa is actually Mael. Elizabeth sees that Escanor is injured, so she immediately heals him. Elizabeth's group is still heading toward Merlin. Escanor realizes Merlin is in danger, so Escanor wants to return his power to Mael. However, Mael cannot take his grace back, because he believes he no longer deserves it. Escanor keeps trying to convince Mael, because he wants to save his precious friends. Meanwhile, Merlin's group is still trying to hold on, but the original demon keeps getting stronger, so Ludochel is no longer strong enough to stop him. Merlin realizes that the more the original demon's body is damaged, the stronger he becomes. That is his power. This worries everyone. When the original demon is about to attack, suddenly, Mael's group arrives. He uses the power of the sun to blow away the surrounding darkness. This excites Zeldris. He did not expect Mael to awaken. Mael tells Zeldris to retreat and stop Meliodas. He will end the war with the demon clan. This makes the original demon furious. He immediately attacks Mael, but Mael attacks him with a ball of fire. This creates a massive explosion. Escanor is shocked, because Mael can bring out the full power of the grace. Zeldris immediately attacks Merlin, so Ludochel continues protecting her. Elizabeth's group also protects Merlin together. However, she still needs 5 more minutes. Mael immediately stops Zeldris, so Zeldris uses Ominous Nebula again. He creates an incredibly powerful pulling force. Everyone is pulled toward him. Unexpectedly, Zeldris's sword melts. It turns out Mael's body is the sun itself, so he melts Zeldris's sword. Mael keeps holding Zeldris back for another 5 minutes. Even though Zeldris is extremely powerful, Mael still manages to injure him. However, Zeldris refuses to give up. He keeps fighting Mael. Unexpectedly, Zeldris's determination is incredible. He immediately takes Mael down, and he rushes over to stop Merlin, so everyone works together to protect her. Merlin only needs 1 more minute to complete the spell. At this point, King has also reached his limit. This worries him. Zeldris keeps attacking King's defensive wall, because he is determined to see the woman he loves again. Unexpectedly, Mael attacks Zeldris from behind. This knocks him down. However, Zeldris still refuses to give up, because he needs to help Meliodas become the Demon King. Finally, Merlin's spell is complete. Time around them freezes. Zeldris thinks he has failed, so he passes out. At this point, everyone is overjoyed, because their battle is finally over. And Elizabeth's curse will be broken too. Suddenly, Hawk notices something strange about the cocoon. It had already cracked open earlier. This shocks everyone. It turns out Zeldris managed to awaken Meliodas in time. At this point, Meliodas's appearance has changed. Elizabeth realizes something. He is not Meliodas. This shocks everyone. Meanwhile, Ban has brought Elaine back to life. But he has lost his immortality. Ban says he still needs to go help his friends. Elaine supports him, so Ban immediately leaves. Meanwhile, Zeldris realizes something. The person standing in front of him is the Demon King. He has taken over Meliodas's body. This shocks everyone. Zeldris accuses him of lying, because he promised to make Meliodas king. It turns out the Demon King only wanted a new body. And anyone who possesses the commandments, they will all become vessels for him. Hawk immediately accuses him of not loving his own son. So the Demon King decides to fulfill Meliodas's wish. He will give Elizabeth a peaceful death. This will make Meliodas suffer and lose his will to live. Then Meliodas will never disobey him again. Merlin immediately creates a barrier to protect Elizabeth. Diane immediately attacks him. King and Mael attack together too. But the Demon King is too powerful. He easily blocks all of their attacks. With just one attack from the Demon King, he knocks everyone down. They realize the Demon King is far too powerful. This makes everyone worried. Suddenly, Hawk curses at the Demon King. This annoys him, so the Demon King immediately grabs Hawk. When Hawk is in danger, luckily, Ban returns. This makes everyone extremely happy. He decides to fight the Demon King. Ban tells everyone something. He is no longer immortal. This worries King, because if Ban dies, this time, he will truly die. This amuses the Demon King. He immediately creates a massive tornado that blows away everything around them. Luckily, King protects everyone in time, but all of them are injured. However, Ban can still withstand it, because this storm is nothing compared to the ones in Purgatory. He immediately attacks the Demon King. Meanwhile, King is completely exhausted, so he changes back to his normal form. Mael notices something. Ban is fighting evenly with the Demon King. This shocks everyone. The Demon King is very confident in his power, but even he has been injured. Suddenly, Elizabeth senses Meliodas returning. It turns out Meliodas is still fighting the Demon King inside. At this point, everyone realizes something. Even though Ban has lost his immortality, he has become much stronger. While Ban is fighting the Demon King, inside, the Demon King realizes something. Meliodas has awakened his Demon King power. Outside, Ban is overwhelming the Demon King. So Ban mocks him. He says Meliodas is many times stronger than him. Meanwhile, Meliodas is also overwhelming the Demon King. Suddenly, the Demon King lies. He says Elizabeth is dead. To break Meliodas's spirit, Meliodas thinks he did not make it back in time. So the Demon King immediately attacks him. At this point, the Demon King also catches Ban, because he has regained control of the body. So the Demon King's power is increasing. This worries everyone. They think Meliodas is in trouble. Gowther immediately comes up with an idea. Meanwhile, Meliodas has been defeated by the Demon King, because he has lost his will to fight. Suddenly, Meliodas hears Elizabeth and everyone's voices. Meliodas realizes everyone is still safe. Elizabeth encourages him not to give up. Meanwhile, the Demon King realizes something. Gowther is the one who brought them into his mind. At this point, Gowther says they can only encourage Meliodas, because this is Meliodas's mind. Meanwhile, Meliodas is extremely happy, because he gets to see Elizabeth again. Suddenly, the Demon King starts attacking them. But Meliodas has regained his spirit. He immediately knocks the Demon King down. The Demon King does not understand why Meliodas is so strong. Meliodas says this is the power he gets from his friends. Outside, the Demon King is gradually losing control of the body. So he decides to attack the source of the problem. Ludochel and Mael immediately stop him. Suddenly, the Demon King creates a stone head. When Ban tries to steal it, the Demon King immediately stops him. Then the stone head fires an extremely powerful laser. Everything around them explodes. Luckily, Ludochel creates a layer of ice in time to protect everyone, because he does not want to lose anyone else. Meanwhile, Ban is still trying to hold back the Demon King. Ludochel cannot hold out for more than 5 minutes. This worries him. Luckily, Zeldris helps them. He immediately destroys the stone head. At this point, Zeldris asks his father something. Did the Demon King know about his relationship with Gelda? It turns out the Demon King knew everything. He accepted Zeldris's weakness, so he ordered Zeldris to destroy the vampire clan. He even mocks Zeldris's dream, because Zeldris only wants to create a world where all races can live as equals. Suddenly, the Demon King creates another puppet. It immediately attacks Zeldris. Meanwhile, Meliodas is fighting the Demon King. He completely overwhelms him. The Demon King takes heavy damage. He does not understand what Meliodas's power is. How can Meliodas destroy his armor? Meliodas creates countless spheres of darkness around himself. King notices that Meliodas's power is still increasing. So Meliodas tells everyone to go outside and help Ban, because he will fight on his own. The Demon King immediately attacks. Unexpectedly, his sword breaks, but the Demon King still refuses to give up. Meanwhile, everyone keeps cheering for Meliodas, so he becomes determined to defeat the Demon King. Outside, Ban and Zeldris are still fighting the Demon King, but his puppet is extremely powerful. It keeps overwhelming Zeldris. However, Zeldris is determined to see the woman he loves again, so he immediately uses his special technique to destroy it. Suddenly, the Demon King takes control of Ban. He even attacks Zeldris without hesitation. This knocks Zeldris down. Meanwhile, Ban is furious, because the Demon King attacked his own son. So Ban keeps punching the Demon King in the face. At this point, Meliodas decides to end the battle. He attacks the Demon King with all his strength. This makes him lose control of Meliodas's body. Ban takes this chance and immediately knocks him down. Suddenly, the Demon King goes berserk. He refuses to give Meliodas his body back, so Ban keeps holding him back. Elizabeth, Merlin, and King attack too. They create a barrier around him. However, the Demon King escapes. Hawk also sneak attacks him. This gives Diane a chance to knock the Demon King into the sky. Then Ban throws an incredibly powerful punch. This sends him crashing to the ground. Finally, Meliodas regains control of his body. So they win. This makes Elizabeth extremely happy. That's all for today's video. Remember to like, share, and subscribe to the channel to support Oni-chan in the next videos. Thank you for watching. Love you all.